you can go back to our website and to the agendas, and there'll be a little link that says video to this meeting, and you can go back and look at any and all of it if you'd like in your spare time. So, all righty. With that said, if you will please stand and join Miss Counselor Ely and the Council for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Agenda item number 2, presentations. Citizens Police Advisory Annual Report. We have Mariana Sanchez, the chair of that committee, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome. You know, I can't believe it's been a year. Where's it gone to? Anyway, this is your first year of this, and I noticed in the packet you've done quite a bit, so I'm looking forward to hearing it. Nope, cannot hear you. So let's be sure. Is there a little green button there? There you go.
Test. Okay.
There you go. Good.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
It's been a year, and we've definitely accomplished a lot, which I'm excited to take y'all through today.
Definitely.
Is there a clicker or? All right. So I'm Mariana Sanchez. Thank you for everyone coming today. I'm the chair of the Police Advisory Committee, so we'll go ahead and go over our year in review.
Mm-hmm.
So an overview, I'm going to just briefly go through the history, our current members, our purpose, and the year in review. So the history of the Advisory Committee. We were created in May 2016 under City Ordinance 16-019. Our first meeting was actually October 2016. That was a typo.
Right.
Not 2017. We had 13 members appointed by you all, and one non-voting city council member, which is Mr. Benny Martinez.
Mm-hmm.
The ordinance was recently adjusted to add a second city council member and add representatives from all 26 neighborhoods instead of just 13, and add representatives from 2 apartment complexes as well. So these are our current members, and we have many of our members sitting here today in the audience. Thank you all for coming. So right now we're still in process of adding more to expand to that 26 neighborhoods. So the purpose of the committee is we serve as a liaison between the police department and the community. The way I like to think of it is we're that bridge, mm-hmm. and we bring concerns from the community to the police, and then also carry out information from the police to our community as well. Mm-hmm. So I like to think of us as the messengers. Our mission statement, I'll just go ahead and read this. The committee's mission is to work in partnership with the Leon Valley Police Department to assure it maintains the highest standards of integrity. Furthermore, it is to assist the quality of life through the delivery of professional, superior, and compassionate police services to the community. Finally, the committee should apply knowledge, skills, and resources to foster an environment where all people can live safely without fear. Furthermore, it is designed to assist making recommendations that will enhance the quality of life through the delivery of service. And this is, I think anyone in the committee can say that we definitely do this. At the end of every meeting, we have our citizens' concerns, where citizens from the community can come and give concerns, and also committee member concerns, where we go out into our neighborhoods and hear what everyone is talking about and what concerns they have, and then we work on that together as a committee and bring that to chief. So the purpose is, our mission is accomplished within the framework of these set of values: accountability, protection, prevention is a big one, commitment, compassion, and achievement. So our objective is to advise or assist the police department through the engagement of interaction with its citizens through friendly community police initiatives in preserving the peace in a matter with freedoms secured by the Constitution. In doing so, the role of the police department is to enforce the law in a fair and impartial manner, recognizing both the statutory and judicial limitations of law enforcement authority and the constitutional rights of all persons. So we create dialogue with, like I said, we're kind of that bridge. We receive information from the police department and we assist in bringing new programs. And I'll go through some of those new programs, which we've created actually quite a few. Again, we provide input to the police department regarding service needs within the community, assist the department in the effectiveness of the department, and we identify gaps in the services and the communication. We identify potential police community partnerships to address public safety related issues within the community. So an example of that could be like our neighborhood watches, and provide input. So our year in review, one thing that was passed that started in our committee was the red light cameras, our photo traffic control system. So first it was presented November 14th, and it was just kind of talked about, and then we went more in depth in December, and then January 28th, 2017, it was brought to Town Hall, and then it was brought back to our committee where we reviewed what the citizens had said in Town Hall, and also we heard from the company as well, and we asked them a lot of questions, making sure that it was the right decision for our community. A lot of questions. We definitely wanted to make sure that we were making the right choice, and then you adopted it on March 7th, 2017, and then the ordinance was passed, and then through the traffic study, the locations were brought back to our committee, and we reviewed them and passed them through. We agreed with the recommendation, and TxDOT signed that on the 3rd, and the work is going to begin soon. So that was our first big project, I'd say, because that was introduced at the very beginning of our committee, and it's been an ongoing project that we've been working on. So these are the spots that we went ahead and approved. So many on Bandera at Wurzbach, westbound, eastbound, Bandera on 410, Seneca, Huebner, Poss, Reindeer Trail, Timco, and then Huebner and Bandera, Bandera and Grissom, Bandera and Grissom westbound, and Wurzbach and Evers. So another thing that we've done is we've started the neighborhood watches, or we've restarted them because we used to have them, but we kind of revamped them, and we chose those signs. We had many different designs, and we went ahead and chose these signs, which you'll see at the entrances of these neighborhoods. So the people who are running these neighborhood watches are actually committee members. They're the head of the organization of the neighborhood watch in their neighborhood, and then they assign like neighborhood captains, and then we come back to the CPAC committee and talk about what's going on and how they kind of feed off each other. I know my neighborhood hasn't started it yet, but give ideas and what worked, what didn't. So that's one thing that we've started.
Good.
We've also helped with the assigned officers. So each neighborhood has an officer assigned to them, which is really useful. We found that that's helped a lot where we have any citizens have any concerns in the neighborhood, they have one central person to ask. So that's been great. And these are more of the neighborhood officers. And if anyone would like to find your neighborhood officers, it's also on the Lamb Valley website. We started the Citizen Police Academy, which is pretty much like a police academy, but the citizens get to attend, and we get to learn what the police do, ask a lot of questions, and really get a good insight into what they do every day. We helped with the junior law enforcement competition. So we proposed and approved starting a competition, and we had our first one this past year, and we're planning on having another one. And within this competition, students came from all over Texas, and they competed in scenarios like traffic stops, stop and frisk, accident investigation. So it was really a successful event, and we look forward to having the next one. With Chief, we created the swap spot, which is very important because what that is for is when you have joint custody, many times the judges order that the parents meet at a swap spot or at the police station, but here in Leon Valley, we didn't have that monitored. So people were meeting up, and if anything happened, then we didn't have that surveillance or an emergency button. And also for social media, when people sell things on Craigslist or Facebook, they have a place, a safe place that they can meet. And if anyone has an emergency, they can hit that button, and that button won't go to dispatch. It'll go straight to the supervisor officer's phone. So someone will respond very quickly. Since the station isn't manned 24/7, that's a really good alternative to make sure that we're keeping the citizens safe. We also created the Lock It or Lose It campaign. One of the biggest crimes here in Leon Valley is theft of cars. So we wanted to create this campaign to help reduce that. And so we approved this sign, and I believe the signs are still coming in. But they're ordered, and we'll put them all over Leon Valley to remind people to lock their cars, take your keys, hide your belongings. That way we can reduce one of the highest calls in Leon Valley. We also assisted in creating the impound lot. So we selected the location, made recommendations on sign and the process, and helped think about the ordinance. And that was already put into effect June of 2017, and 310 vehicles have been towed as of November. And I can tell you that number has gone up. And we've already had the first auction, which was successful, and we're just learning and helping Chief with the brainstorming. Now, the Blue Santa program last year was our first year, and it was a very special year. The Blue Santa, what it is we help raise money and collect toy donations to give to the children in the community whose families can't afford Christmas presents. So we helped develop the process in the program. We assisted with the toy drive, and we're actually in the middle of Blue Santa right now. So like this Saturday, we have a toy drive at HEB, and whoever can come will be going and assisting with that and wrapping the collection boxes. And it's a good program that we help the kids in the community. Last year, we helped deliver toys for 285 kids in need, and we set up a Christmas party with Santa, which was at the Bandera Bowl. And this year, I believe that number will be higher. Some volunteer programs that we've helped with is the school events like Bike Rodeos, Red Ribbon Week, Special Olympics, Boots and Badges at Whataburger, Tip a Cop at Texas Land and Cattle, Cop on Top fundraiser at Dunkin' Donuts, and Police Week. And they've also gone to like Career Day and stuff as well. Each month, every member brings concerns within their neighborhood, and I think this is what makes the committee really great is we're kind of the eyes and ears in the neighborhood. So, I mean, the police department, they can't see everything that goes on in the neighborhood, and there might be things that are affecting the citizens that they might not be able to see in just a drive-by. So we're able to tell them what really affects us and affects the citizens, and brainstorm about different solutions that we can do. So we brought 139 issues forward, which included junk vehicles, illegal dumping, criminal activity, neighborhood nuisance locations, business nuisance locations, and code compliance and animal control. And now I stand for questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That was very thorough. I do appreciate that. Thank you. And before I take questions, I know we have other members of the Police Advisory in our audience this evening. If you'll please stand up so we can recognize you and thank you for your service, because I know it's a lot of heart and soul goes into it. Thank you. I just had one question, that is those 139 complaints that you had garnered as a committee. did those all go back to the Onnit program? Is that how you handled those?
We're doing it now, ma'am.
You're doing it now. You weren't originally. Okay.
Handling them and,
All right.
reporting back at the end of the month.
Okay.
Or the next meeting, I
All
report
right.
back and tell them everything we did.
Right. And this is Chief Joe Salvaggio. For those of you who do not know our Chief of Police, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
No,
Okay.
a great committee. I'm blessed to have a very good team, and we work very closely together. So
Right.
look
And,
forward to it.
and we're looking for more volunteers as soon as we know what neighborhoods need a representative. Okay. So that was my question. Yes.
With the concerns, what happens is it's at the end of every meeting, and then all of the concerns are readdressed that next meeting. So we have a section in the agenda that Chief will update us on every single concern that was made. He has either, we're still working on it, or this is what I told whoever, and this is the solution we have. So every single concern is always addressed every
Right.
meeting. Thanks
I
to
was just
Chief.
wondering how it worked with our Onnit program, which is,
Right.
again, that same kind of concept. So, okay, very good. Let me open it up then for questions for Ms. Sanchez on the Police Advisory Committee. Yes, Councilor Ely.
I want to commend you all on this wonderful advisory committee and everything that you've accomplished. I know the police officers involved are terribly excited about this. The community involvement is extraordinary. Everyone coming together, focusing on for the right reasons, helping our community become a better place, safer, more family-oriented, everything we want for our community, a safer, better place to bring up your family in. So I commend you all, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful job.
That's right, ditto here. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you again for your presentation. We really appreciate it, and continue the good work.
Thank
All
you.
righty. Thank you. Yes. Agenda item number 3, citizens to be heard. Is there anyone in our... Yes, okay. I was like, okay, we got this television in front of us here. Okay. Is there anyone in our room this evening that would like to address the council at this time? Please state your name and address for the record, and you have up to 5 minutes to state any concern that you may have or any statement at all. Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll move to the city manager's report. Ms. Kinsler, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I was signing checks.
Caught you off guard.
A very brief city manager supplemental report. As you know, the city manager report sits outside at the table and goes out on Friday afternoon and is also on our website. Did want to report, really impressed with the move that you all made from Intermedics to Emergicon EMS billing, because we have made significant progress there. We don't have an exact comparison because we only have 10 months so far, but we're seeing a difference in recovery from 29% to 39%. So great job in making that call. The Police Advisory Board, the Zoning Commission, the Library Board meeting are canceled for the month of December. The next City Council meeting is December 19th at 6 p.m. December 22nd to January 1st, city offices will be closed in observance of Christmas and New Year's. December 9th, which is this Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning, there is going to be a community-wide workshop right here at City Hall regarding proposed development at Poss and Peachtree. January 2nd, the regularly scheduled City Council meeting will be canceled due to the New Year's holiday, so we will have one then January the 16th will be the next one. January 4th at 5:30 p.m., there will be a special City Council joint workshop with the Historical Society Board of Directors to discuss the possible acquisition of the Huebner Onion Homestead. A possible cooperative agreement with the Leon Valley Historical Society and the whole tricentennial celebration that will happen in May of 2018. January 27th, we will find ourselves right back at our town hall meeting at the conference center. It seems like we just had that a few weeks ago. So That concludes the manager's supplemental report, and with that, I'd stand for questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Are there any questions for our city manager? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I noticed today, driving down Bandera, that someone was hanging a sign, don't block the intersection, instead of don't block the box.
Councilor Martinez, what do you know? Was it a TxDOT or?
It wasn't a tech, it was a contractor. They had, was it Grissom? The turn lane on Grissom, they blocked that off, and then they were hanging a sign there, and I went by later, and it just says, "Don't block the intersection."
Mayor, Councilor Martinez, I don't know anything about that, and so we'll find out about it, and we'll send you an email and get back with you. Okay? I know we had approved the don't block the box and got blocked by TxDOT, so we will. So we'll keep chipping away at that problem. Thank you for reporting that.
All right, anyone else? All right, then we'll move then to announcements by the mayor and council members. Councilor Edwards, do you have any announcements this evening?
No, just thanks to everyone for coming out this evening, and I look forward to the discussion in January about the historical society with the historical society concerning the Onion House. So thanks for coming out.
Councilor Alcacer.
I echo the thank you, and thank you to the Police Citizens Advisory Committee for the work they've done. And last night, if you didn't get a chance, we had the lighting of the Christmas tree and visit from Santa and the schools singing. But if you go over and see it's like a quadrangle over where the community center is and the library, it's beautiful in the evenings, and you can walk through it and enjoy our own little winter wonderland.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Councilor Martinez.
If if you get a chance, take a walk down the hallway here and look at some of the doorways. The staff has decorated the doorways. This is the second year they've had this competition, see who can decorate the best door. So there's some kind of neat ones out there. So if you get a chance before you walk out the door, take a stroll down the hallway and take a look at those. And thank you for the report from the Police Advisory Committee. I've long been an advocate that I want to hear from the different committees and report from them to City Council. And this was a very excellent report, and thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone for coming out this evening. I went to the Breakfast with Santa over at the Community Center on Saturday. Had a great turnout in the silent auction. They actually ran out of food and had more people than they thought. So it was a great holiday festive season. So if we don't see you, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, and thanks for coming out.
Thank you. Councilor Ely.
Yes, echo the sentiments. Had a wonderful time last night at the tree lighting. I was glad to have the community members that did show up enjoy hot chocolate cookies served by the Leon Valley Cafe. Delicious stuff. Also, the wonderful concert that the school district put out. They have such talented kids. We have talented kids in our community, and it was nice to see them all and appreciated by parents, grandparents, and friends. Also, one more door, Councilor Martinez forgot to mention, the library. I'm sure you go down there, but take a look around the corner to our library director's store. They've decorated it very nicely, as they always do. All the doors and windows are decorated, but they did a great job as well. Also want to make mention that the Leon Valley Raw Vegan Vegetarian Society has a great meeting coming up December 16th. It's Saturday from 1:30 to 4:30 at the fire department on El Verde Drive. We have our own Leon Valley Cafe, Chef Eduardo Ramos, demonstrating some wonderful holiday fare. So y'all come out and enjoy our potluck. Please bring organic, healthy fare as well to serve to others and share in the holiday spirit. And we also have an Maria Chervine who is the president of the San Antonio chapter of the Herbal Medic Society. And she will explain to people how herbs can help you, heal you, cure you, and hopefully find your way to a better life, healthier life, get your body regulated again the right way without medications. So that's going to be exciting. And I welcome everybody to come out to that. Hopefully everyone will have a safe holiday season this year. And we hope to see you back for our city council meeting back on the 19th, is it? 19th of December back here at City Hall. Thank you so much for coming tonight.
Thank you very much. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. The breakfast with Santa was great, as well as the lighting ceremony last night. Thanks to Public Works for the hard work in putting all of the lights up, and for Crystal Caldera and Angela Trejo for organizing the refreshments. Don't forget to go by Public Works. They also decorate their door as well. Is that right? Oh my gosh. Y'all are not going to do a door? Okay.
They did a door.
Well, when you said library, I said, well, we have to say go by the Public Works as well, because I didn't want you to forget that. And then also the Earthwise Living Committee meeting, which is scheduled normally for the 13th of December, has been canceled as well. And so we're just working behind the scenes, but we'll be back in January. So with that said, we're so glad y'all are here this evening. So thank you. Moving then to the consent agenda. Consent agenda number 6.2, I have been I've spoken with Nina from Public Works, and she would like us to pull that because she has a correction to make. And then at the same time, I thought we could use this opportunity to kind of look at our historical way of appointing members versus what's in our zoning, if that would be all right to the board, if we just put that on for the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to request that to be pulled. As far as consent agenda items number 6.1, 3, and 4, may I have a motion, or would somebody like to pull one of those items for discussion?
Now, I'd like to make a motion that we approve them with, I had called in a change on the,
Okay. The minutes?
the charter, no, on the charter, because it said it won by 268 votes, or it seemed to say that. And so I just wanted to include the actual vote in when it's recorded. So with that change, I move that we approve the consent agenda items with the exception of the one just removed.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Jordan to approve the consent agenda item number 6.1, 3, and 4 with the amendment to the Leon Valley Charter vote tally. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving to the regular agenda. Agenda item 7.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action to accept the lowest responsive bid and awarding a construction contract in an amount not to exceed $2,302,290.98 with a contingency not to exceed 5% to J3 Company, LLC, for the purpose of constructing the Evers Road Heapner Creek Bridge. And we have our Public Works Director, Melinda Mortz, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor.
You bet. Thank you.
So this is to consider authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with J3 Company, LLC, for the construction of the Evers Road Heapner Creek Bridge in the amount of $2,302,290.98 with a 5% also for contingency. Just a little background on this grant. It's actually not a grant, it's a reimbursement through the MPO. We had applied because our bridge was in such terrible shape, and we actually got approved in April of 2016. In May, we advertised for engineering firms. IDS Engineering was chosen. The plans were submitted to TxDOT. In September of this year, TxDOT finally approved the plan. And then in October, we advertised for the bids. 8 contracting companies responded, and these are the 8 here. And as you can see, J3 Company, LLC was the lowest responsible bidder. IDS Engineering and city staff both analyzed the bids and determined that they were the lowest responsible bidders. This is a joint bid project, so we're joint bidding it with CPS for City Public Service. They have an 8-inch and 24-inch gas main in that area, and so their work will be done under our contractor, but they will be paying for their portion.
Okay.
As I said, this project is a reimbursement program approved by the MPO and funded through the FHA and administered through TxDOT. Bids were examined by TxDOT, and they did concur with the engineer's contractor selection. The timeline for this project, we hope to award the bid tonight, and then because the mayor remembered Christmas,
I did. I didn't want anybody to be in a bad mood for Christmas
All
because
of the
Evers
phone
Road would be
calls-
closed.
All the phone calls that I have fielded
Thank
went,
you.
oh, please tell the mayor thank you.
Okay.
So instead of starting in December, we will start in January after the holiday, and I expect to be mid-January.
Okay, great.
The bridge will be closed from January through April. We've already contacted Northside Independent School District, via the post office. If you can think of anybody else we should contact before that happens, certainly let me know. UPS and FedEx to let them
Will
know.
we have like a map for people, suggested ways of getting, that's what I'm getting. How am I going to get my kid to Marshall?
Cool.
Yeah, exactly. And I said, well, I guess you're going to go to Bandera. I don't
Right.
know.
We'll put up a map on the
Okay.
website, and then we're also going to put out message boards way in advance so
Okay.
that people have ultimate notice for
Good,
it.
thank you.
And then the bridge will be reopened, but it'll be open to 2-lane traffic only from May and through August.
Mm-hmm.
So as you know, with this kind of a reimbursement program, the city is responsible for all of the engineering costs, and so you're looking at $476,000 for that. The total construction cost was $2,302,000, but minus the CPS portion, they're going to pay $505,000. So our subtotal now comes down to $1,797,000. So the city's 20% portion of that is $359,417, with TxDOT and FHA paying the rest of the bill. And as you can see, we're under our original budget.
That's great.
And what will happen is the contractor will send me a pay application. We'll check their work, make sure they did the work. We will pay them out, and then we will take our payout stub to TxDOT and ask for reimbursement. And we'll do this once a month so that we just keep rolling
Okay.
along.
And how long does it take for us to get the check back? Is it pretty expedited?
We've never done this before.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
No, this will be our first MPO project with them where it's under the reimbursement grant.
Okay.
But I've been assured that they're pretty good about getting us a check within 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, great.
So not bad.
That was one of my questions. Good.
So our recommendation is that you approve an ordinance authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract in the amount of $2,302,290.98 with up to a 5% contingency with J3 Construction LLC for the construction of the Evers Road Bridge. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Ms. Moritz, I have a couple of questions. How about water lines? Do we have to move any water lines underneath the bridge with saws?
Yes, but they're taking care of theirs with the W2 Hebner Creek project. So we don't have to worry about it at
Okay,
this time.
so that's separate. Okay. And then also, did we check references for J3?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and have they done other TxDOT MPO work? Because that's very complicated. It's detailed, isn't it?
Yes, they have.
Uh-huh.
And
Okay.
also their TxDOT concurred with us. They
Okay.
said yes.
All right, so very good. So they have done other like projects, so we feel
Yes, ma'am.
confident that they are able to handle this project. All right, and then I had that question about the road closure, which you've answered, and the reimbursable grant. All right, any other questions for Ms. Moritz? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I know when we first applied for this, we were a little bit, I guess, ignorant of the fact that we could ask for a little more beautification. Has any beautification been added since this is below the original estimate?
There is planned to have a facade on the side of the bridge that will be a stone-like to match our park. And in addition to that, we're putting a special lighting system on the bridge that when the lights are on, it will shine out the seals from the Army, Navy, Marines, so you'll have those lights on that bridge.
Okay, so we are getting a little bit of
Yes, sir.
an upgrade. Fantastic.
Okay, good. Anyone else? Okay, yes,
Just,
Counselor Jordan.
when you're starting the educational piece in reference to the notification, it was less than 30 days, probably from today, when you're talking about the construction, right, middle of January?
We need to get with the contractor after today to find out when they can start. They're required to start within 30 days of their notice to proceed. And so tomorrow, that's what we will be doing, is contacting them, sitting down with them, holding a meeting, and finding out when they can start. As soon as I have a firm date, that's when I want to get the message boards, the website, Facebook, all that stuff.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, very good. I had another question. Will Post Road at Evers be closed?
No, ma'am. It
That will be open. So it's just actually going to be just the bridge portion that's going to be closed.
Alley Kinman Road, right next to the library, that will also be closed because they're
that
going
will
to
be
need the
closed.
stage there.
Okay, so you have to just get into just use that other entrance on Veterans Way. Okay, very good. All right, any other questions? Any questions from our members of our citizens or visitors this evening on this particular agenda item? We always love to hear from you as well, if you have anything to add. Okay, you did a good job. Great. All right.
So I move that we approve the reconstruction of the bridge on Evers Road as proposed.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve the Evers Road reconstruction of the bridge on Evers Road as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. Hopefully, we will have a lot better ingress, egress when it comes to raining, and we won't have to shut down that road, right? That's our goal.
I looked at been looking at the bridge over the last week, and the cement face around the holes
Yeah.
is falling off.
Oh, no. Yeah.
So,
We
like,
knew we
oh.
had to do that. Yes. Very good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. We're looking forward to that wonderful improvement for our community. And thanks for all your hard work. All right. Moving then to agenda item number 7.2, discuss and consider possible action awarding a contract to provide solid waste services for residential and commercial customers of the City of Leon Valley, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with Tiger Sanitation Incorporated. And this evening we have Assistant Public Works Director Dave Demeline here to present, as well as our city manager Kelly Kinsler. And thank you and welcome. So glad you're here.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I start out by
Yes.
doing something that I should have done in my manager's report? If I can get Monty Bell to stand up.
Sure.
Mendoza.
Yes.
Ms. Mendoza is our new director for the community and conference centers, and she'll be doing special programs for us.
Very good.
Her first day was yesterday. Several of you met her
Yes,
at the
we
tree
met her.
lighting ceremony, but I should have introduced her to in my manager's report, and I apologize for that, but thank you for being here.
Welcome. We're so glad you're here. Okay.
I also would just like to let the council know before we start our presentation that we do have Lee Kuhn, who is the general manager of Tiger Sanitation, and his crew, I think, is kind of the whole back row. And then we also have Mr. Albert Pettis here from Waste Management. With that, you're going to hear the presentation from both Mr. Dimmeline and me, as we were both involved with the RFP process.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we have the lights?
Dimmed. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
We wanted to present of course, the solid waste RFP process and consider authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Tiger Sanitation. Just as some background, we met on April 22nd to look at our current contract that we have with Waste Management and to also compare cost and rates with other cities and levels of service. And at the end of that meeting, we asked 5 questions, and with those answers, we used that to basically put together the RFP. We developed the RFP, we advertised it in the Express News, our city's website, public purchase. We had a pre-proposal meeting on October the 3rd. Representatives from from four waste management companies attended that. We posted 2 Q&As after that meeting, and proposals were due on October the 10th. The 4 companies that submitted proposals were Waste Management, Texas Disposal Systems, Tiger Sanitation, and Waste Connections of Texas. We had an evaluation team comprised of the city manager, public works director, myself, and our purchasing agent. Based on the evaluation criteria, Waste Management was ranked number 1, Tiger Sanitation 2, TDS, and Waste Connections of Texas. So then we interviewed Waste Management and Tiger Sanitation.
So the reason during the RFP process that we interviewed 2 different companies is because the RFPs, the sealed RFPs that we got back, did not compare apples to apples. We did not have the same services. So we decided to bring them in and interview them so that we could make certain that we were comparing as close to apples as we could get. That brought us to our interview process.
So with the Waste Management proposal, the option 1, that's twice a week, garbage, and once per week recycling, that was at $20.37 per month. The option 2, which is 1 time per week, garbage and recycling, that's $17.81 per home per month, and that's up to 5 additional bags. And of course, that includes the twice per year brush and bulky item pickup with a max of 8 cubic yards. The Waste Management proposed a 4% city franchise fee. As far as the proposed rates, year 1, which is January through February 28th, $14.56. March 1st through December 31st of 2018 would be $17. Year 2 is at $17.81, and years 3 through 5 would increase by using the CPI index. The Waste Management would provide up to $10,000 per year recycling rebate to be used for outreach. They did propose a 64-gallon cart for city-identified special need homes, and they propose an unlimited household hazardous waste collection for 90 cents per home per month. They've provided solid waste services to Leon Valley for 30 years. Their local references included Universal City, Converse, Live Oak, and Bernie. With Tiger Sanitation, they provided 4 options, and really option, I'm going to cover this in a slide a little bit later that it's a lot of information, but under option 4 are 95-gallon carts, 1 time per week garbage, up to 4 bags or bundles, and 1 time per week recycling, so that's $17 per home. If a customer does select the smaller 65-gallon cart, that price is $16.75. That does include, of course, the 2 time per year brush and bulky item pickup with an 8 cubic yard limit. And as far as the proposed rates, year 1 and 2 is, of course, $17 per home using the 95-gallon cart, and $16.75 using the 65-gallon cart. And that adjusts with the CPI in years 3 through 7. Tiger's pricing is good for a 7-year contract term. They also offer the city a 4% franchise fee. The proposal really included quite a few community initiatives. They would donate up to 150 hours of community service, provide a 40-yard roll-off for our NRP events, They propose participating in park beautification, our library volunteer program, supporting our Leon Valley Tree Challenge with up to 100 5 to 15 gallon trees. They would actively participate in our Earthwise Living Day, 4th of July National Night Out, and they also propose a 2-time per year e-waste collection that would coincide with the brush and bulky item pickup. Tiger's a local family-owned business with 170 employees. They scored highest among their competitors in the industry for safety performance standards. They will provide a new fleet of trucks for our city if awarded the contract. And their local references included Hollywood Park, Elmendorf, Hill Country Retreat, and Rubicon Global. And this is a slide of the basically the safety rating that I mentioned in the previous slide. As you can see, they have the lowest score, which is actually the best among the competitors. We also have Mr. Lee Kuhn here today from Tiger. He's available to answer any questions as we finish up with the proposal or the presentation. This slide is basically a summary of what I just explained. But if you look at the center of the chart, it describes the Tiger, basically 95-gallon cart, $17. 65-gallon cart is $16.75. They would charge a $15 exchange fee if requested after the initial delivery. And then we have waste management, $17, and I kind of explained that in a little more detail in the previous slide. The commercial front load rates, it's kind of hard to see these numbers, but Tiger Sanitation was lower in the 4, 6, and 8 yard categories for our commercial accounts. Under fiscal impact, of course, as you know, the fees are paid directly from our residential and commercial customers to the provider. Both firms are proposing a 4% franchise fee, and that generates approximately $50,000 in annual revenue. Tiger Sanitation, their option 4 is the lowest monthly cost. Their rates are lowest on the commercial for 4, 6, and 8 cubic yard containers, as I previously mentioned. We are recommending awarding the contract to Tiger and authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract. With that, we stand for any questions that you may have. I know it's a lot of information, so anything that we can help guide you through, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, very good. I'm sure there's going to be quite a number of questions. I was going to ask you on the monthly fees, is that plus tax? So we're right now we're at $14.56, but it's plus tax. I think when I get my bill from Waste Management, it's like 15 something. So is that going to be $17 plus tax, or is that the rate? I just would like to know that so we could figure out the increase.
I believe it is plus tax.
Plus tax.
Yes.
Okay. And then how many residential customers do we have here in the city, and how many commercial customers do we have in our city?
I had that number the other night. I know the rough number, but you probably know the actual numbers.
You have over 22, Mayor, Council, you have over 2,200 residential accounts.
Okay.
And boy, I have it written right on my desk, and I meant to copy it onto this report. And you have, I believe it's almost 400 commercial accounts.
Okay, commercial account. Okay, very good. All right. So your recommendation is the 1-in-1 one garbage pickup and one recycling pickup. And I think that was the consensus of the Coffee with the Mayor, that the citizens wanted to go to 1 and 1. Plus, we have the neighborhood that's at 1 and 1. Is that correct? And that's a change.
Mayor, Council,
from
that's
our-
absolutely
Yeah.
correct. The reason we're recommending the 1 and 1 is because of the town hall meeting in January of 2017, where the citizens voted to go to 1 and 1.
Okay.
That is correct.
Very good.
And then it would also align the rest of Leon Valley with the Ridge, who's already doing 1 and 1.
Right, right. And I went by on Monday because I thought, part of our due diligence is to go see what it looks like to have a 1 and 1 pickup. And so I know Councilor Jordan lives in that area, and I spoke with him, and I said, I was really quite taken aback because, and I didn't go through every street, but I did the loop, and all of it was the garbage and then the recycling. It was 96 gallons, but there were no additional bags, which I was just shocked at because I live in Forest Oaks, and I'm always walking over there. So we have and it's a mishmash, you don't have to have the carts. And so we'd have a 96-gallon cart with, no kidding, 8 bags next to it. And so I guess what I gleaned from what I saw, and maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the people in the Ridge have learned how to recycle because they had no bags. They are using their big, huge containers correctly, trash and recycling. So, and that's my concern, is that we need to have a major recycling effort because I just, we're trying, but we're behind the 8 ball. We just really need to communicate that. I shared with the people at Tiger, and I've shared it with the manager and actually with Mr. Pettis too. And that is, the recommendation to go to Tiger is I support that. My concern is that City Hall's going to be closed for 10 days at the end of the month. And so we have a very short window of opportunity, not only to educate our citizens that we're switching companies, but we're also switching service. And so how do we do that seamlessly, or as seamlessly as possible, especially when we're closed? And that's my concern. And how do we, get the old carts taken up and the new carts there? And, I have all these questions, and and y'all assured us in the meeting that you could do it, and I trust that you can do it. And then also the question, can you have one large recycling and one small, garbage? Or
Mayor,
do they have to
Council,
be the
the answer
same?
is yes to that.
So those are the questions.
And I'd also like to address your previous question. It scares me too,
Yeah.
because it's our job to do that. And you're going to be the ones getting the complaints.
We're going to get the calls.
And so, trust me, it scares me as well.
Right.
But that the bottom line is, at the end of the day, this was a request for a sealed request for proposal, and your lowest bidder, when we flushed everything out, was Tiger Sanitation. And so now you're going to have to task the staff and Tiger Sanitation with getting that done for you, getting the word out, that there's a change in vendor and there's a change in service. And I completely understand that you will be getting complaints, and I will be available throughout the holidays to help you with your phone calls and filter those complaints.
Okay.
Because you're right. That's any time there's a change.
Well,
that's
as
gonna
I've
happen.
said in Leon Valley, garbage is sacred. It really is. I've worked with Mr. Perez at Waste Management, and I'll just give you another example because I walk in the neighborhood every single day. Last Wednesday, and I know my neighbor, and I went, what? She had 2 monitors out next to her garbage to be picked up by Waste Management, and guess what? They picked it up. They pick up everything. So that's my concern, is that I guess my concern is I don't want our citizens to get a bill from Tiger Sanitation, because I think you said after so many bags, then you'll start billing. And so, again, if that's the way it is, we have to communicate that, because Waste Management has been a lot more, open to picking up all the garbage. So.
Mr. Kuhn, would you like to answer that? Would you like to?
Yes, please come up, Mr. Lee Kuhn. Thank you. Really appreciate it. If you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Good
you.
evening. My name is Lee Kuhn, General
Yes, sir.
Manager, Tiger Sanitation, and citizens, staff, and council and mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. To specifically address your question is you know, our goal is to meet and exceed your expectations, and certainly in the proposal we had to identify basically a quantity or a number of in terms of service level. It's our intent that we're going to deliver the service that citizens expect, and that if a citizen has a few extra bags, we pick them up. That's just what we do. If we show up and someone has, remodeled their home, or they've got, hundreds of bags sitting out, then that deserves a
Sure.
conversation.
I understand
and
that,
follow-up.
definitely.
So you can expect that we're going to keep your city clean and take care of your citizens.
Okay, very good. And as far as the transition from one company to the next, what would you say about that?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and let me also say that we certainly understand that trash is sacred. There's nothing more personal than someone's waste that they put out, and they expect that it be taken care of. So this isn't our first transition. This certainly isn't our first transition of a large magnitude on a short time frame. We've done our due diligence. We have aligned all of our vendors in terms of having you will receive all new waste carts for both trash and recycle, all new commercial dumpsters. As was stated, we'll also use new vehicles in that transition, or in that service. In terms of the transition, we're already preparing in hopes of being awarded, preparing communication, both in terms of direct mail, in terms of email, or on our website rather. Any emails that are provided, it will certainly provide an email blast. Certainly work with staff and coordinate to their expectation of what they expect of us. But we're prepared to do not one but two mail-outs, both to residents and commercial customers. First, just notifying, hey, there is a change, and here are some of the bigger things that you can expect. The second one will follow up with more specific details regarding service days for each individual resident, terms, kind of the terms of the service level. That'll also be posted on our website. We can offer a link on the city's website so customers can be directed to us. But in short, we're going to work with y'all and with staff to do everything we can to make it as seamless as possible. And I want to make sure that we convey to you the confidence that we can certainly do this and do it well.
Okay, and then billing. How is the billing going to be?
That I'd like to again. Hopefully, if we are awarded, we would coordinate with staff in terms of what currently is being done.
It's on a quarterly basis. That was why I asked.
And that's what we do currently. Okay. And we would propose that there wouldn't be any change in terms of the resident. They wouldn't notice any change in terms of how things are billed or the timing of such things. So we're very flexible in that regard.
Okay, and something that you had shared with us, one of the slides shows that your commitment to doing community service in our city, and we really appreciate that. And one of the areas that we've had a lot of problems with is our 4th of July, and we're trying to get people to recycle. Unfortunately, it gets contaminated because there's so many people. And you did share with me at our meeting that you would actually staff those containers that day so that we can achieve a goal of recycling cleanly at the 4th of July. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely. And we took care to study your core values and your key initiatives. And we're very thoughtful, I think, in trying to propose to you ideas where we can not just provide a service, but actively engage and participate in the community. And some of those items were mentioned. There's others as well. And working, we take pride in working with staff and the city in terms of identifying where do you need assistance, where do you need expertise, and how can we do that? And certainly with the 150 hours of community service that we've committed to, we can provide a lot of manpower and support it, at waste and recycling stations to help assist people and guide them in how to manage that effectively.
Right. Okay. And one last question. I'll let my colleagues say some. Is the recycling and the garbage going to be on the same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very good. All right.
And if I may just...
Yes, you sure may. Anything else you'd like to add?
Prepared to give a full presentation,
Sure.
but certainly I want to respect your time this evening. But just want to let you know that we respect and understand that this is a big decision, and it's a big choice. And if you choose Tiger, you do choose a local, family-owned, and certified women business enterprise. You choose a team of professionals that are purposeful in each action and decision to create a great experience for our employees and for our customers. You choose a company that really believes in how we measure success is choosing to make the right next decision. It's not just getting the job done. It's actively empowering and encouraging our team to think and make great decisions, and we reward that. It's about how we look at safety. So many companies say that safety is a priority, but we look at as a step beyond that. It's a precondition to us, and what I mean by that is that everything we do, that's got to be a precondition, or there's no job to do. And it's not by coincidence that we do have the best SMS scores in the industry, and we take pride and work hard at that. So there's so much that I think that differentiates us as a company. There's so many waste and recycling providers, but our mission is to give life to our mission, and that's to treat our employees with respect, to create a great experience for them, and to really do our best to create a great experience for the customers we serve. So I appreciate your time this evening and be happy to answer any other questions.
All right. So let me open it up then for my colleagues to ask any additional questions. Dr. Edwards.
So is the option we're going to go to, is it option 4, the way it's listed here?
That's the recommended recommendation from staff.
And then if you choose to use the smaller cart, you pay less. So that's an advantage. Okay.
Mayor Dr. Edwards, that's correct. You do pay less if you choose to. And the other difference was that Tiger is willing to bring whoever orders a 65-gallon cart, they get a 65-gallon cart. And so you don't have to be elderly or disabled or have a special request. You pick which cart you want. They were willing to do that.
If you change your mind,
Change your mind, it's $15.
You have to pay a fee, but you can change your mind.
You can change your mind, and they'll just come do an exchange for you.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Councilor Alcacer.
Yes, most of my questions, I think, are for Mr. Kuhn. I appreciate that you're local and you have a very good, impressive turnout, and I like seeing women. I hope you have some women driving the trucks.
We do.
I know they've got women on the team, the management team.
And so will the day be the same as we presently have, or is that going to change?
Hasn't been. We're very flexible. I think we can accommodate probably any need or expectation you have. We haven't gone so far as discuss that in detail.
Okay, and are the prices firm? Because, as an example, I put myself on a 13-gallon garbage container a week, and I don't even fill it halfway. This is a bag. And so to drop it in even a 65-gallon and to only get a discount of 25 or 35 cents didn't seem quite right. But so I don't know if that's negotiable, but maybe it makes up for it in the recycle, because I do fill 2 recycle normally a week. Is there...
No, to answer your question, there isn't any other additional price tiers. In my opinion, it could get really complicated and get very confusing for folks, and something we could look at in future negotiations or things like that. But what we had proposed, I have to stand by that tonight.
And you had, I remember reading it, but I didn't notice it in the presentation, the extra, like for leaves and things, where you were going to have the waste, the compost type waste. Is that, how does that work?
Well, that was a separate option.
Okay, so that's not on the table?
Not to my understanding, no, ma'am.
Okay. So maybe we can take advantage of it with some of your community hours you're giving?
Potentially.
You have a lot of good things that I'm looking forward to having you live up to it. So hopefully it'll work itself out. The rest, I mean, people can deal with the containers. I hope now, like waste management, I never used bags or almost never did. Just containers, but not their big cart. So that's not an option either. You have to use a bag. Like I can't put 4 regular sized garbage cans out with your 65-gallon if I have branches and things.
You can use, yes, ma'am. You can use.
And they can count toward it, because they wouldn't count. They initially said, okay, 5 of those cans, but then they changed and said, no, you can't do that. Or, some of the drivers changed, but you can do that. So I don't have to get rid of my old raggedy garbage cans that I sometimes use for branches and things.
Should not be a problem. The only time that things can become an issue is if individuals use large containers and they get real heavy. Then that becomes a safety
Right.
issue.
They told us to keep it under 50 pounds.
Yes, ma'am, and
Okay.
that would be fine.
And to go along with what the mayor said, I put a TV out on top of a small garbage can last week, and Waste Management actually came and picked it up. Would you do that? Of course, my husband had taken out all the insides because he works with electronics, or 90% of it, but would you have done that?
We would have, and I can assure you, I feel confident you're going to be very impressed with the level of service that we
All
provide.
right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Very good, yes. Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
There's one issue that I have, and the city manager mentioned you called in both companies so you could really gauge apples to apples. Well, the first thing that I can see is both companies have options 1 and 2. Tiger has options 3 and 4 that Waste Management doesn't. So we're not really comparing apples to apples at this point. So, if we were to really be fair, we should let Waste Management come up and generate options 3 and 4. So now we do have a comparison apples to apples. That is my big issue with the way this is being presented tonight. I would have liked to have seen a more apples to apples comparison. Right now, it's tilted, and I really don't like it being tilted.
So, Mayor, Councilor Martinez, when you look at Tiger Sanitation's, if you go back to the slide that shows them side by side, Crystal?
Oh, there she is.
Get roller skates.
Roller skates? Okay.
Pairs them side by side.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So don't think of it in option numbers. Think of it the way that we have it summarized there. You're looking at numbers. We're looking at 2 times and 1 time a week, which really it was proposed, but that's not what your residents want. Or we're looking at 1 and 1, and then Tiger offered an organics disposal, which Waste Management did not. So we just threw that one on there just so you would know there was an organics. But the real apples to apples comparison is right there in the middle. 1 time a week garbage, 1 time recycling, and what that's going to cost your citizens. That's apples to apples right there. Now,
okay, and they're both $17 a month.
No, sir. So if you'll notice, they're $17. Tiger is for year 1 and 2. Waste Management is $17 for year 1. They jump to 1781 year 2, and then they go off the CPI. For years 1 and 2, Tiger stays flat at 17 and then offers a reduced price for the 65-gallon, and then they go with CPI after that. So you are comparing apples to apples if you look at that middle section right there. And what's important about that middle section is that's what your residents told you they wanted at the town hall. So that's why, I would ask you to focus your attention on that. The rest of the things, such as that big list that Tiger offered, that's not something we put in the RFP. We didn't say, we want you to be a part of all these things. They did their homework, they studied Leon Valley, and they said, oh, and in addition to this, we want to be a part of these things. And so the interviews with Waste Management and with Tiger both were held by Mr. Dimmeline and Mayor Riley and me. And so that was not something that we were asking or bringing out of them. That's something that they came to the table and offered with this service.
Thank you for your explanation.
You're welcome. I hope it helped.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Jordan, Councilor Jordan.
Yes, you have a timeline of when the RFP was presented, correct?
Yes,
And-
Mayor,
and-
Councilor Jordan, we sure do. It was at the beginning of the presentation.
Right,
Yes,
and
sir.
everybody had the opportunity to present their bids and present their services to the committee.
Mayor, Councilor Jordan, yes, the top two did, yes.
Right. And when the top two presented their services, then there was a certain timeline where the other company had an opportunity to either add more, take away more, or to consider their final offer to the city, correct?
It is correct in that after the interviews, I still couldn't see what I'm seeing right there in the middle. I still couldn't find an apples to apples. So there was a few emails exchanged between Waste Management and with Tiger as well, trying to make sure that we were on the same playing field. So that's the part that's in an email that was not in our negotiations. But that's what the two companies came to their final offers.
All right, and my point is both companies had the opportunity to present a service package to the city of Leon Valley before the deadline.
Mayor, Councilor Jordan, absolutely they did. Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. That's it.
Thank you. Councilor Ely.
I don't really have a question because I'm reading it right here in front of me. But I do want to say that I believe, as Mayor Riley has stated before, Waste Management did offer a lot of services to us that went over and beyond what we had expected. Pick up extra things at our curb service, things that we would ask for on any given day, which were very welcome and well received. But I do like the idea of having the one-time garbage, one-time recycling, affording our street maintenance a lot less work and trafficking of the big vehicles on them. And hopefully with that in mind, teaching people, as the mayor also stated, better recycling methods so they don't throw out as much. They also shop well, so there is less to throw away, and consumption is better. And also that we can see the service and that they're able to offer us at our different events, which we are very much in need of and would love to have the actual experts there to help with the recycling, with the community efforts, teaching them about it at each station. So that'll be great. And I also look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Dr. Edwards, you had another question?
Yeah, I had a question. As it stands now, the recycling that we do, it goes into these, I think, green, well, at least in my
Bins.
house, green bins.
Mhm.
And what what method is the recycling going to be done in? Is it going to be a big cart, or is it going to be these smaller green bins, or what,
Mayor,
what's the
Dr. Edwards,
process?
it will be a big cart,
Okay, a 96
a 96-gallon roll to the street cart.
or 60 something if you want that, or
They didn't have an option for recycling that I remember. I remember the recycled ones were 95-gallon carts, right? So the 65-gallon cart only applied to garbage. Everybody would get a 96-gallon recycle bin.
so if you choose a smaller cart for garbage, you'd pay less even though you have the standard size recycling.
Mayor, Dr. Edwards, that was the proposal.
Okay,
That is
all right,
correct.
thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, very good. Okay, anything else? All right. And do we have any other questions from our citizens this evening, or any other members of our in our chamber this evening? Miss?
I do.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just had one
Yes.
more. I understand that there's a representative from Hollywood Park here.
Oh,
There we go.
okay.
And I would just ask if you could speak to the transition. I knew that that
Okay.
was going to be a big concern. And so I know that you've just recently gone through the transition, and so maybe that would provide some insight to
Thank
our
you.
council and our residents.
I appreciate you pointing that out. And would you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Kelly Cowan. I'm the Director of Public Works for the town of Hollywood Park.
Okay, very good.
Mayor, Councilman, I appreciate y'all's time. I came just to, if I can alleviate or answer any questions y'all have, that's what I'm here for. We just went through the transition with Tiger. And I must say, whenever they first gave us their proposal, I was not particularly thrilled with changing to a new vendor. Of course, we're going to have lots of questions. We're going to have lots of citizens that aren't happy. Tiger has gone above and beyond. Their transition, it took them 3 days to get it scheduled and 48 hours to handle, I think, almost 6,600 containers delivered and ready to go.
Okay.
It was unbelievable how fast they did it. They took over our service October 1st, so we've had them a little over 2 months. When they first took over, I had 6 to 10 calls a day, complaints. Now I get 1 a month. Their service is unbelievable. Their response, anything I ask them, any questions I have, any problems I have, it's immediate response. Joey and Lee are just, I got to say, they're just above and beyond. They pitch in. They want to volunteer. They've already donated some stuff for some of our homeowner association events. One of their guys is going to be our Santa for our Blue Santa program. So, you know, I've got to applaud everything they've done. It has just been phenomenal.
Okay.
If you'll have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them for you.
Did you on the transition go from the same garbage service and maintained it like 1-in-1, or did you go from 2-in-1 to 1-in-1? See,
No, we were 1-in-1, but we were trash pickup on one day, recycle on another day. And they moved to trash and recycle on the same day, which has really worked well.
okay.
The other thing about Hollywood Park is brush and tree pickup is our big deal. And they have changed the schedule around where instead of them coming in once a month and doing the entire city, they come in once a week and do a portion of the city, which works phenomenal. Less traffic, less vehicles in the way. So, like I said, you know, everything they've done is phenomenal.
Okay. And do you all also have the option for additional bags?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do your citizens use it, or do they?
All the time.
They do.
I have not got any calls about them not picking anything up.
Okay.
Everything that's out there, they pick it up.
Is that 4 bags, or is it more than that?
They say 5 bags, but I'm
Oh,
going
5
to say
bags.
right now that it's whatever's put out there.
Okay. So maybe.
The only thing they don't do, and I'm real conscious about this, and our citizens, is like Mr. Kuntz was saying, if there's a construction site or tree trimmers have been,
Sure.
and they pile it up, that's not fair to them to have to clean that up.
I
So-
agree. Okay, very good. Any other questions for the Public Works Director of Hollywood Park? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
How many square miles is your city, and what's your population?
Our population is approximately 1,200 and some odd people. 1,280, I think, is real close to the number.
Square miles?
Square foot or
Square miles of your city?
Excuse me?
Square miles of your
I
city?
could not give you that number. I'm not even going to
Okay.
take a wild guess.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
No, just thank you for coming.
Thank you for
It's very
coming. We really
kind of
appreciate
you.
that.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Charles? Ms. Charles is the Homeowners Association President of Shadow Mist. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your address, please.
Yes, I live at 6546 Charles Field, and I'm the HOA president for Shadow Mist subdivision. So Mayor, Council, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
I don't believe I saw hazardous waste pickup. No hazardous waste. Darn. We've been trying to get hazardous waste for years. And the other thing I didn't, what was the other one? Oh, so the waste, if we go with Tiger Sanitation, will the waste management bins be picked up before Tigers are delivered? We'll have a garage full of bins.
I'm going to ask the city manager to address that since I don't have that answer.
Mayor, Ms. Charles, we will work on the coordination of that and then try our best to, that's going to be tricky because you're going to want to always have a place for your garbage. So there may be one day where they have dual bins. I'm not sure. But it's not going to be a long period of time.
But it's, yeah, I think the neighborhood is really the ridge because I think other than that, there's not, a lot of people don't have the bins because it was not required. So, okay. I don't have the bins. Okay. Anyone else that'd like to address the council at this time? Ms. Baldridge, how are you this evening? I'm so glad. And you always, when we were talking about reducing the garbage pickup from twice a week to once a week, you always have communicated the positive, not only on the air quality, but also on the maintenance of our streets. So I'm glad that we're switching to that.
That's a major
Yes,
ingredient.
yes, ma'am.
You have who I am, don't you?
So thank you.
Okay, are the containers going to be comparable to what we have now? Are they going to be the same color? I hope they're green like we have now.
I don't know. If I could ask somebody from Tiger to address that, please. Yes, sir.
I know these. They're 96-gallon containers just like you have now.
With rollers and
With rollers,
tiltable. And
but they're not going to be green. They're orange. They're brown. They're brown. Excuse me, they're brown.
what?
Brown. You're going from green to brown.
This is a green city.
Yeah. Is it brown for both of them?
Yes, with a different color lid.
With a different color lid. Okay, black for waste and green for...
A green lid, Irene.
Yeah, a green lid.
Well, it looks like
Yeah.
it's growing, but
Yeah.
okay. But they're going to be tiltable, rollable containers.
That's our understanding. Yes, ma'am.
That's good. I don't like the color, but
You don't like the color. Well,
I'll come and paint yours, Miss Irene.
you're gonna come and paint them.
Yes,
all?
ma'am.
Okay.
I'll paint it for you.
Okay.
I don't know if Tiger
I
would
want
like
a
that.
picture. I want a
as
picture
you
of
all
that.
know, as you get older, you don't like change.
I know. That's
I'm one of
the...
those. We've had excellent
I know.
service for
I
all
know.
these years.
I know.
And I'm certainly counting on your folks' decision and look forward to whatever we have to do. So,
I hear you.
Thank
you. Yes. Mr. Blackmore, good evening and welcome.
My name is Richard Blackmore. I live at 6639 Forest Haven. I'm under the understanding we're going to have 2 garbage cans from now on. We go with Tiger.
Correct. One for garbage and one for recycling.
The same size or going to be smaller sizes?
If you want a smaller size for garbage, you can have a smaller size, 65-gallon. If you want the larger, but then the recycling is going to be 96 or 95 gallons. That doesn't come in a small size.
For a quarter more.
kind of ridiculous to me. Like I'm with the previous Mayor Arbridge. I don't like change either.
Yeah, I know.
I like it the way it is.
I know.
Going in with this outfit, who owns this company? You say it's a family-owned company. Who owns it?
Mayor, Mr. Blackmore, it's a locally owned company, but are you talking about the change going from 2 times a week to 1 time a week?
I'm talking about 2 garbage cans.
2 garbage cans.
Okay.
Yeah.
So either proposal, if you'll notice, no matter which company you go with, each of them would have a 96-gallon cart, and each of them would have a cart for recycling. So either way you go, it's the same exact thing. Does that help?
I was in California a year and a half ago. They have a recycle program there. They have a garbage can like we have now, but they have it split. They have garbage on one side and recycle on the other side.
Oh.
You think it's real neat. You can't get a whole lot of garbage in it. When the trucks come around to pick up the garbage, it's real interesting because California is real big on recycling. What I saw there the month I was there twice a year and a half ago. The garbage men or sanitation engineers, they'll drive down the street, they came, picked up the garbage, and they dumped it all in the same truck. And you think, well, aren't they supposed to be separating this stuff? No, they all went in the same truck. And they did that twice a week. Plus, on top of that, they had 3 garbage cans like we have. Actually, no, they had 2. One for yard waste. They came around once a week to pick up that, and once a week to pick up your garbage. And to me, just doesn't seem. I like to know who owns this company, this family-owned company.
Yes, please answer that question, Mr. Kuhn.
They've been in San Antonio all their lives.
Yeah, Mr. Blackmore, I had that question too, and he was able to answer that.
And that information is actually also included in our proposal,
right.
Regarding our company history. So the company is primarily owned by the Richard Butler family. I believe approximately 90% of the company is owned by the Richard Butler family. So it's Dick Butler, who was one of the founders of the company. He actually took ownership of the company, and then he's since transferred ownership to his 5 daughters and 1 son. And then there's 2 other owners that have less than 10% ownership in the organization, and that's the ownership of the company.
And how long have you been in business?
So Mr. Butler founded Central Texas Refuse in 1981.
Okay.
And Central Texas Refuse was in Austin, and then came into San Antonio sometime after 1981. And then in 2002, Mr. Butler acquired all of the San Antonio operations and incorporated as Tiger Sanitation. So as Tiger Sanitation, we've been local since 2002.
Okay, very good. And what's the largest community that you pick up that's comparable to Leon Valley?
So in terms of municipal contracts, it's Hollywood Park, the city of Elmendorf, but we service over 75,000 residential customers. So in terms of scope of size, if you're concerned, hey, Tiger's a small company, can they handle it? If we are awarded this contract, it would equal less than 3% of our total business. So we're certainly capable of taking this on. Also, we operate with 0 debt. When we acquire assets, we don't fund it through debt. We have the financial means to purchase through cash, and fiscally sound, fiscally conservative company, and fully prepared to make decisions to the benefit of your community.
Okay, very good. All right, yes, Dr. Edwards.
This is a frivolous question. I went to the TML in Austin 2 years ago, I think, and there was a garbage or what's the right term?
Seminar.
Waste management company. You could pay a fee and get a pink garbage can, and they gave away little pink garbage cans. I gave one to my granddaughter, and so do you have that? Do you have that option?
When you say little, are you referring to the little desktop cans?
Yeah.
We have some of those, but not pink. I'm sure we
need green.
Procure those.
We need pink.
But you can't get a pink one at your big 96-gallon one.
No, I think anything is negotiable.
As I said, it was a frivolous question.
I'll give a skirting answer if that's okay then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Blackmore, I hear what you're saying. It's change, and we're going to change anyway. So we just have to kind of go through it and try to work as diligently as possible and communicate. And I'd like for y'all to be available, not just 8 to 5, but on weekends if we need you, because that's really, really important.
Don't want to get an orange garbage can.
Okay, you're not going to get an orange garbage can, you get a brown one. Okay. Yes, sir. If you'll please state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
My name is Justin Renteria. I live at 6647 Gristmill. And I really just have 3 comments regarding this issue. One, the timing, of course, probably you have the holiday coming up, and you mentioned your rationale for kind of pushing back the Evers Road, the Evers Bridge project, and I think the same rationale applies here. You're going to have a lot of people out of town. You're going to have a lot more garbage, and when folks are used to having close to 200 gallons of trash a week, it's going to be a big change, cutting that nearly in half. So old habits do die hard, and I think we need to be careful. And people are going to try to find ways to get rid of their excess garbage. So whether that's dumping it in commercial or anywhere else. So I wanted to be aware of those extra consequences or whatever you may call them. Secondly, when you have brush collection, it'd be great if Tiger, when we send out those notices, that we could put out Oakville, if we could do that in conjunction with Oakville. And it's very active during our hot months, and it affects our oak trees in central Texas, south central Texas pretty adversely. So if we could try to change the time that we collect brush, and that way we can mitigate the effects of Oakville, I think that would be great.
I thought we had already. Had we not, Ms. Mortz? Yes, I believe we're doing it so it's not in the dead heat of the summer. I think it's in February and September, something like that. So thank you. Well, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for those comments. Greatly appreciate it. All right.
So I had one last question.
Yes.
Does it take effect January 1?
Mayor, Councilor Alcacer, I will have to work that out with the 2 vendors. The contract does expire with Waste Management December 31st. And so technically it would take effect January 1, but I will work it out with the 2 vendors to ensure as smooth a transition as possible.
So there could be an option of giving a little bit more time if we need it, or no?
I could
just
absolutely approach both vendors and see what I can work out.
Because, that gentleman just made a really good point. That's Christmas. My gosh.
Correct.
Think of all of the garbage we have at Christmas. Well, it should be recycling, right?
He had several good points.
Yes. So several good points. Exactly. All right. All right. Anything else? Any other questions, comments from anyone in our... Yes, Mr. Pettis, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. And
excuse me.
Yes, sir.
My name is Albert Pettis. I'm representing Waste Management, 1777 Northeast 410, San Antonio 78254. Mayor, members of the council, staff. First, I want to applaud my competitor. They're very impressive, and I was glad to hear everything they're saying. And I certainly respect the recommendation of the staff. But I have just a couple of things to add. One, first of all, I've been working with the Garbage Gobbler and the city of San Antonio since April of 1977, so it's been a long, long time. And we have the reputation now where we just can't, or we just don't say what we will do, what we won't do, but we have demonstrated what we do above and beyond. The 8 bags of trash that you saw next to the can, I'm sure they were picked up.
They were.
The televisions. We own the Household Hazardous Waste Company, so we are able to do things that other companies can't do. one thing that I want to also mention here that didn't show up on here is that we have always have we donated trash containers, whether they be roll-offs or whether they be front-load containers or whether they be event boxes for trash or recycle to every city-sponsored event. And we've gone as far, and we've never said no to the city. When the city came to us and asked us for anything, we've always said yes. For example, we donated canopies to keep the volunteers out of the sun in some cases. So, you know, monetary donations. We've always said yes to the city whenever we were asked for anything. Part of our response was we're going to give the city $10,000 a year. And the reason we decided to do that is because part of the RFP you asked for 100% recycle rebates. And I could tell you, yes, we'll give you 100% of the recycle rebates, except there are no rebates. It costs more to process it than you get back for it. So we decided to go ahead and give the $10,000 back to the city as a good faith effort. Another thing is that going from 1-to-1, from rather 2 trash and 1 recycle to 1-and-1, that could be an issue. Now we've gone through that before. The last time a few years ago when we did the city of Converse. And in doing so, the city of Converse is about 7,000 homes. In doing so, we learned a lot of do's and don'ts, that we could pass on to the city when we make a transition if we are selected. One of the biggest keys that we saw was communication. And I think communication is very, very important, which is one of the reasons, I didn't see it up here either, one of the reasons we said that we would go into this a little at a time. We would go ahead and continue the same service twice a week, and we would do it for the first 2 months of the upcoming year. In doing so, it would give us time to let everybody know what's going on, let everybody know about the changes, let everybody know about what the pricing is going to be and what the service levels are going to be. And we're going to do that through mailings, several mailings. We're going to do that through door hangers, and we're going to do that through the use of social media. We think that doing so is the way to go ahead and do it. You know, I had a presentation too, but I'll be short with you also. All I want to say is that our past history and our past service and certainly our experience in transition like this, we hope would certainly overcome the small difference in the price. Our pricing is the same for the first year. The second year, our pricing is 4% higher, and then the third through the 5th year, and our contract was just 5 years, not 7, the increase would be the same as theirs, just a CPI.
Right.
And that's
all
all
right, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Pettis? Yes, Mr. Jordan.
Yes, sir. I did have a question. Why the change from January to February 1456 and then March as a
and the reason for that is that we would keep the service levels exactly the way they were so that we can let the residents know what the difference in the service is going to be, what the changes that were going to be made, and then March 1st, the 1-and-1 would go into effect.
Just a longer transition.
Correct.
You know,
instead of starting, I mean, we're right now to the first week of December already, and with Christmas coming along, it's really going to be hard to notify these people, and that could be an issue. We're saying let's let them know about it. Let's take a couple more months to inform the residents, and then make it effective March 1st is our proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Ely.
If it's already on. If we switched over to Tiger and did not have the household hazardous waste collection service through them, would we be able to utilize the household hazardous waste collection through waste management?
You know, that's a service that we provide to our customers, but I'm sure that you know the rate would be higher, but I'm sure we can work something out.
Okay.
I'm not sure. You know, you're catching me off guard right now.
Right.
Normally, it's a service that we offer our service.
Right. And I wasn't sure if Bexar County offered it.
Bexar County does offer it through Waste Management. Waste Management provides the service for Bexar County. The difference is our household hazardous waste program is unlimited, where residents could call as many times during the year to do it. With Bexar County, you're limited to one time a year, and then sometimes September, October comes and they run out of money and it stops until the following year. That's the difference.
Yes, Councilor Jordan.
Yes, so what's your hazardous waste charge for your customers per month for the pickup?
It's 90 cents per month.
Well, yeah. Can I talk about what we talked about earlier?
So Mr. Pettis approached me attempting to reduce the cost of his services, but I got with the city attorney and we read the law, and because this was a sealed RFP, we had to go with the prices that were in front of us. So that's what he's referring to. That was the price that we were given.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
This is more to City Manager. Recently, we had a hazardous waste day. Who picked up that waste, and where, was that something Waste Management did for us?
Yes, that was
at no
coordinated.
charge to our city?
That was coordinated through Waste
Okay.
Management.
Now, will Tiger offer the same kind of service? Will they take hazardous waste?
Well, let's clarify that. We had Texas Recycles Day. We did not take any hazardous waste. It's a very expensive program to pick up hazardous waste. I mean, that's my understanding from just working with the city. But we picked up everything else but hazardous waste. And again, what we did on Texas Recycles Day, we passed out the flyer for the Bexar County program where you could get your hazardous waste picked up one time a year, but with the caveat that, hey, go in with your neighbor and they do it once a year, you do it once a year, and you share your hazardous waste is what we were saying, just to get a bigger bang for your buck. So we have not been picking up hazardous waste here in Leon Valley.
Okay, but like batteries, what other stuff did they take on there?
Well, you did take batteries that day, and we did take medicine.
Yeah. Our household hazardous waste program would collect batteries, it collect oil, it collect pesticides, insecticides, the muriatic acid, it'll take televisions, it'll take computers, it'll take just about everything. That's
Right. On Texas Recycles Day, they took batteries, oil,
Small appliances.
medicine, but we didn't take the, we didn't take the antifreeze and paint and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
that's
that's what you can get through your program.
the county, but you could get
Yeah,
that with our program.
exactly.
No. Will Tiger have the same pickup for those items?
I said no.
I'm not sure who picked up, David, who picked up all of our stuff after Texas Recycles Day? Was it Waste Management? Yes. Oh, okay, it was Waste Management. Okay.
And
All
the
right.
Greater Northwest.
The
Metals.
metals.
Great Northwest.
Okay, for the greater, okay, very good, thank you.
Right.
Okay, and so, Mr. Kuhn, the question is, do you all do any hazardous waste at all?
We don't currently, but that's not to say that's not something that we could look at.
So you won't take oil, batteries, televisions?
Not currently, and again, not as part of what was tentatively bid.
Right.
It's not that we can't or that
No.
we never will.
Yeah, I need you to be at a microphone, and I'm sorry, we're kind of getting late. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'm sorry, let me
Okay.
restate that.
Yes, if you'll restate that, please, thank you for the record.
So I was saying that it's not something that we currently provide. It's something that we might be able to provide in the future. Again, as part of what our understanding was of the proposal, it wasn't specifically asked for. So that's not something we even looked into providing. So we'd be happy to, over time, work with the city and develop a program if requested or if necessary. It just wasn't a part of this proposal.
Just as a community, we've celebrated Texas Recycles Day for I don't know how many years, many years. So we offer that once a year for our citizens. But that wasn't part of the RFP. I understand that. So okay, thank you.
And that's not really included.
Just as my competitor said, we also have the service in place right now, and we can offer incorporating that into our contract if we are selected.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, anyone else? Yes.
Do you have something?
Okay. Anyone else from our, yes, we have Mr. Smith. Thank you. Good evening and
Council,
welcome.
good evening. David
Mhm.
Smith, 7034 Millstream. Just a quick question about the length of the contract. I know, Tiger, it's 7 years. Seems like an awful long time. Is there any outs or minimum service levels, that sort of thing, that would provide if the city wasn't happy? Are we basically on the hook for the full 7 years? And why would we go with 7 years instead of a more traditional 4 or 5 year contract?
Okay. Thank you for that question.
That is a good question. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mayor, Council, I've seen contracts from 1 year to 5 year to 10 years. And so the amount of time that they proposed was a 7 year. I do want to correct one thing. The prices are not the same in that when you take the $17 rate in year one for waste management, then you start a CPI. No, I'm sorry. Then you go to 1782 the second, 1781 the second year. And when it stays a flat 17 the second year at Tiger, then everybody starts using the CPI after that. Well, that's a cumulative effect. And so you're basing your monthly charge and then you're adding the CPI. So every year that invoice is just a little bit higher with waste management based on the current proposals. So I wanted to clear that up.
Okay.
But absolutely, we could look at doing something different with the contract. But a 7 year contract is not unusual. I will tell you that I do work since I've been the city manager. One of the first contracts I found was one that did not have an out clause, and I've never actually signed a contract since I've been the city manager that I've not worked with the city attorney and the vendor on so that both parties had an out clause if it was necessary.
Okay.
So we're pretty careful about that. The city attorney knows that those are, I really expect those in contracts.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you. And a follow-up question, Mr. Smith?
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
With the CPI, is there any kind of cap with that? I mean, heaven forbid the economy takes this terrible downturn. I wouldn't want our garbage bill to go dramatically up. You know, is there a limit on the amount it could go up? Like if it adjusts, or could we potentially be looking at from 1 month to another, all of a sudden it's up $5 per month, or like now if this is on an annual basis, now like all of a sudden it's $5 more per month, and now we're looking at an extra $60 a month for garbage, that sort of thing.
Mr. Smith, Mayor, Council, no, there's no limit on the CPI, on utilizing the CPI index right now. I will tell you that tonight's hearing is about allowing the city manager to enter into contract negotiations, being the key word here. And so all of this input is very helpful to me because I will keep this in mind as we're going through the negotiation process.
Okay. Just one more comment, and that is, just the concern of the timeline here, Christmas holidays. If we could, not that y'all, not that I don't think that Tiger can do this transition quickly, but it's that educational piece. That's that, and somebody was saying people are out of town for Christmas. You bet, man, they're going to come back, and maybe we should, if we could maybe transition over another month. Is waste management month to month after don't we have a...
At the end of the five year, I believe, if memory serves me correct, waste management is month to month. Right?
No?
No.
You're not doing that, so we have to do it.
Okay.
I was going to ask if there could be maybe
a
another...
1 month percent. So what Public Works and I talked about doing was in the next water bill is sending out the notice. And then, of course, Tiger proposes sending out 2 educational pieces via mail. Okay. It would go on all of city's social media as well. That would be the outreach.
Okay. All right. Well, I was just kind of like what Melinda said about not shutting Evers Road during the Christmas holidays,
Sure.
And I appreciated the contractor.
So the contract ends December the 31st with Waste Management.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So, Councilor Ely, and it's up to the council.
I'm still looking at the page up there from the PowerPoint, and Waste Management still continues their quarterly, so to speak, rate at the $14.56 monthly charge up through the end of February. which would be the March 1st deadline anyway for us. But that would be a great transition time if we could keep it at that. They would allow us to do that, and then into March go into the transition if we could. I mean, but of course, if their contract ends.
I don't think,
April
that's not the
31st,
way
I don't know if that
I
would
read
work.
it. I read it is if you award them the contract, then Waste Management will give us 2 months
Mhm.
transition into March 1st, and then it'll go to 1-1, so.
Mayor, I'm
Yes.
the eternal optimist. The
Yes.
staff will actually be back on the 2nd of January. The 1st is a holiday, so the 1st is also
That's a Monday,
a
right?
Monday,
Okay.
and so we wouldn't have gotten picked up anyway.
Okay.
So I
All
think
right.
it'll
We can
work
do it.
itself out one way or another, and the staff will be there. We can pass all complaints to them. And I will say
Dinner's
regarding
gonna be fun.
communication, the only way that we got Waste Management success in communication was actually going directly to Public Works, because we did not have, I tried many times to get things done through contacting Waste Management myself and was not successful very many times. So I would call David or Melinda, and it would be done immediately. They would make the communication, because they had an in that we didn't have. It was like calling the Pope and saying,
You didn't have Albert's phone number. Yes. Councilor Jordan.
Is there anyone else to speak?
Anyone else like to speak? Yes, Mr. Housley, how are you?
Good.
Okay. Well, we are recording the meeting, so thank
I
you.
live at 6118 Sundial.
Yes, sir.
And I actually have a couple of questions.
Mhm.
I have a question, then I have some statements that lead into
Sure.
another one. I've lived in Leon Valley for many years, and during that time, we've had Waste Management, of course. And I've always been fascinated by how often they show up and how little they cancel on holidays and things like that. So my first question is, would Tiger keep that same record? Because it seems like every time I've turned around, I've thought, well, they won't be picking up today because it's a holiday, but they do. So are those provisions about the same?
Mr. Kuhn, if you could address that question, please. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for the question. Our proposed holiday schedule is New Year's, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. We'll provide service
3 days,
on all other scheduled holidays, assuming, of course, not on Sunday. But and then in those situations, it would slide 1 day. So
Okay.
3 holidays. Other than that, you're
Okay.
going to
All right.
receive service on normal schedule.
Okay, very good. Great question, Mr. Housley.
And the other one is, in no disrespect to Tiger, of course, but I have put things out by the curb that I'm sure I probably shouldn't have.
That's what we were saying earlier.
I've never owned a bin except the recycle crates or whatever.
Those bins, yeah.
And I'm pretty good about using those. But the other stuff I put out has been bags. I've put out at various times 6, 7 bags, and they've always been picked up. I put out a tape recorder, you name it, just sitting by the bags, not bagged at all. Quite a few times, as recently as yesterday, as a matter of fact, I trimmed 2 or 3 bushes and took all the trimmings, which were fairly substantial, and set them out by the bags. They weren't in anything, and I didn't gift wrap them or anything. I just kind of put them straight where the branches were out, and they picked them up. So I don't have anything bad at all to say about Waste Management whatsoever in all the years I've been there. I have, to this day, I've never put out anything they didn't pick up. So hopefully that's the kind of service that whoever we get will continue.
Okay, very good. So there's no option then to, I'm assuming you have to have a cart going forward, correct? I just want, because I know right now with Waste Management, you don't have to have the cart if you don't want it. I mean, and of course you were charged, and that's why I'm too cheap. So, okay, you were charged $4 a month for the garbage and $4 a month for the recycling. So, I mean, we just had the bins, and I just have one plastic bag a week. And so, I guess, is that option totally off the table going forward?
The Mayor, Council, the option is off the table unless we completely redo this RFP. The reason we want the carts is because of all the litter that your Public Works Department ends up cleaning up in your streets because it's not in carts. And so that's the backside of it that, the residents may not realize or council may not realize is a staff time that'll save. When animals get in it and when things get scattered, then you eliminate the majority of that. That's the reason that we feel like carts would be an improvement in the city and in the appearance of the city and in the garbage that you see in the city.
Right. I hear you about recycling because we've had the bins, and every time you put your recycling out on a windy day, it just really trashes out the neighborhood. So I agree with the recycling. So if you had the recycling, but you didn't want to have the garbage, and you could just put a bag out, would that be an option? We just need to clarify all of this because these are the questions we're going to get.
That's what she said, the dogs get in.
The dogs get in the bags. Okay. So
way more than the recycling.
Okay. There we
correct.
go. Okay.
Okay, and just to clarify
Yes, sir.
the question I sort of beat around, if I have a bin to put things in, but I cut a couple of bushes, not talking stacks, but if I cut a couple of bushes and lay out those things and they're not in the bin, they're just sitting out on their own, will they pick them up?
Okay.
I heard the answer was yes.
I heard the answer was yes too earlier.
A couple of times. Yeah,
right.
so,
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Yes. Councilor Jordan.
Mayor, can I make a motion, please?
You sure may. Yes.
Point of order.
Uh-huh.
Can I consult with Councilor Jordan on his motion because there's a mistake in the ordinance. I thought it was a 2-year agreement instead of a 7-year, and so if you're making a motion to approve the contract, I have some verbiage for you.
No, it's just they authorize the manager to negotiate a contract, not to approve a contract.
Right.
And so will the contract be brought back then to us, or no?
Mayor, Council,
Usually
the
not.
contract will be brought back to you, but not for approval. It'll be brought back to you for information purposes.
Okay. All right.
You'll be this will be an ordinance awarding the contract and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute the contract. So it wouldn't need to come back for approval.
Yeah. Okay. Got you. Just thought I'd ask. Okay. Yes.
So I'd like to
Councilor
make a
Jordan.
motion that we award the solid waste services contract to Tiger Sanitation Incorporated. Move to award solid waste services contract to Tiger Sanitation and authorizing the city manager to enter into negotiations and execute a contract for 7 years for solid waste collection services for the city of Leon Valley with Tiger Sanitation Incorporated.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Jordan and a second by Councilor Alcacer to award the solid waste contract to Tiger Sanitation Incorporated and authorize the city manager to enter into negotiation of a contract for the length of 7 years. Any further discussion? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I really think in order for this to be equal, that we should require Tiger to accept this other waste like batteries, oil, pesticides, televisions, computers, small appliances that we are getting from waste management right now. I'd like to see that amendment added to the contract.
Mayor, Councilor Martinez, I'll certainly keep that in mind during negotiations, but I also have to go back to what our original RFP stated, but I will try my very best to do that.
Okay, yes.
As a point of clarification, Waste Management was really doing it for Bear County, not for, and it happens because they're doing Bear Counties that they do it for us. It wasn't something that they're doing on their own.
No, but it's the services that they
It's
provide to our
90
citizens.
cents a month, $12 extra a year.
Okay, the manager will keep that in mind. Is that acceptable? Okay. All right, so let's take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. The motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right. Thank you, Tiger Sanitation Incorporated. Welcome to Leon Valley. Let's work together on this transition. And if I could have your home number and your cell number, I would like that. And Mr. Perez, thank you so much for your 30 years of service. We greatly appreciate it. You've done a great job. It's just that transition here. Okay. Okay.
Sit in the front row.
All right. Thank you for all of you that have attended tonight. Appreciate it. Good evening. All right, and we'll see you soon. Garbage is sacred, I'm telling you. We're just, you know. Okay. Now that I think everybody is here, we still have a quorum. Agenda item number 7.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on an ordinance selecting Phipps Anderson Deacon LLP for the negotiation and execution of a professional services agreement for the investigation and prosecution of a lawsuit against the manufacturers, distributors, and prescribers of prescription opioids. That is always a word that is just difficult for me, but you know what it means. It's those nasty drugs. Okay, so opiates. I don't know why I have a trouble saying that. Good evening, Kelly Kinsler, our city manager. She's here to present this evening. Opiates.
Opioids.
There we go.
And actually, I don't know the difference in the two. To me, they're synonymous. Oh, okay. We're going to learn the difference because I thought that was synonymous.
And welcome. Thank you again for
Good
being
evening,
here.
Mayor, Council. Stuck with me for one more time. I would, though, like to introduce both Megan and Simon from Phipps Anderson Deacon firm. They're both attorneys with the firm. And I'll go through the presentation, and I have a feeling the majority of the questions that you ask will probably be of
I'm sorry, Ms. Kinsler. Could you, I wasn't paying attention. Could you tell me your name, please?
Go ahead. My name is Simon Purnell. And
Simon Purnell?
Yes, Purnell.
And are you here in San Antonio?
We're with Phipps Anderson Deacon.
But here in San Antonio?
Yes.
Okay. And your name, ma'am? Megan. Okay, Megan. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to have it for my record as well. And so where are y'all located? Down on 9th Street. Okay, very good.
We're just sort of
Thank you.
downtown, but kind of just a little north.
Right. Okay, very good. Thank you so much and welcome. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
So, Council Mayor, I actually attended a Texas City Managers Association meeting. Our region meeting was in Pearsall last month. And this firm actually came and talked to all of the city managers in attendance about this lawsuit. And the closest that, I think it was maybe me that asked the questions, but the closest that it comes to that I can think of is
tobacco.
Nicotine. Yeah, I can't think of
the tobacco
nicotine.
lawsuit.
Tobacco lawsuit.
You and I were on the same page when you and I talked about it.
Right,
so, that sounds like the tobacco lawsuit. Yeah.
So a little bit of a history here, just wanting to discuss the epidemic with you. Before 1980, opioids were prescribed only for short-term post-surgical trauma or cancer-related pain. In 1980, the New England Journal of Medicine published a letter to the editor that was titled Addiction, Rare in Patients Treated with Narcotics. By 96, pharmaceutical companies began selling their opioid products through aggressive and false marketing tactics. Annual sales of OxyContin reached $3 billion in 2009. And in the packet that you have this evening is the exact packet that I received at the City Managers Association meeting in Pearsall. I wanted you to have that because there's some real interesting statistics and numbers in there. By the year 2015, there were at least 1,186 deaths related to opioids in the state of Texas. By 2017, the letter had cited over 1,000 times as a way to downplay the addictive nature of the opioids. This citation pattern contributed to the North American opioid crisis by helping to shape a narrative that allayed prescribers' concerns about the risk of addiction associated with long-term opioid therapy. It is my opinion that we should hire this firm because it actually has expertise in this area. They actually have 100 employees right now that are working on this case. They are working, they're trying to seek injunctive relief, damages, civil penalties, costs, attorney's fees. The estimated amount that may be recovered from litigation by this firm could exceed $100,000. So the investigation, I don't need to keep reading to you. That's what it's about. It's not going to be about the deaths associated with it, but about the negligence and the fraud, the misrepresentation, and the various violations that you see there. And the causes of action arise from their role in the creation of the opioid epidemic that exists in the city of Leon Valley, the substantial economic harm by way of direct and indirect costs that incurred, and the harm to the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Leon Valley. So getting through all that, which you already have in your package, I just want to give you some examples of costs to the city, resources that the city might be utilizing as a result of this crisis. The other day I had the firm come in and I brought in Chief Salvaggio and Chief Valdez so that we could start going over city costs. And actually I made the mistake of not inviting Public Works because I forgot about like the needle cleanups and the cleanups that are associated with this this crisis. But you have EMS runs for overdoses. Chief is actually in the process of gathering those numbers. The emergency service calls from police, fire, and EMS that are all opioid related, even if they're not overdoses. Cost of cleaning up drug houses, used needles, hazardous waste. The cost to clean up our public spaces. You may have seen that on TV just the other night under the bridge, what we had to clean up. The increase in cost for police protection. Drug testing that's required. You can have the HR directors here can talk about that. That's required for employees now. And then ultimately what it does to insurance costs. So not only do your employees pay more, the city ends up paying more as well. Some examples of these costs to government staff, your value of productive employees due to addictions that employees might have, overdoses, or even deaths. And I've actually had 2 of these in my life as a manager happen to me with employees, more than one addiction. Decreased job performance you obviously see with these types of addictions. Reduced productive hours, absenteeism, tardiness. So health care, medication-assisted treatment, treatment of babies born addicted, a greater transmission of infectious diseases, the needle sharing, weakened immune systems, injuries associated with intoxication, and then I've already talked to you about the employee benefits and the health insurance issues that we end up with in relation to this. The informational packet that I gave you is very comprehensive, so I chose to really try to keep this a short presentation. We all know what opioids do and what they cause. But both, all of us, the police chief, the public works director, the fire chief, and I all recommend that we select Phipps Anderson Deacon for the negotiation execution of this professional service agreement. And they have 2 representatives here from the law firm this evening so that you can ask them questions that I'm sure they're far more capable of answering than I at this point. You're welcome.
Thank you. I was eating, so I turned off my mic. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Okay, did you, Ms. Alcacer said she did not get the packet. So I'm giving her my packet that I got in my, yes, exactly. Okay. Thank you,
Good evening, Mayor,
Simon.
council members. Yeah, as I said, my name is Simon Purnell. I'm partners with Martin Phipps and Barry Deacon, who are at Phipps Anderson Deacon. And Megan's really the smart lawyer in our crew, so she's really the one who keeps her finger on the pulse of what's going on with the opioid litigation nationally. What we're doing so far, just so you have an understanding of what the firm's doing before I kind of jump into this opioid litigation and exactly what it means. We already represent Bexar County. We're lead counsel for Bexar County. We're also representing Nueces County, which is Corpus Christi, so which is where I spend a lot of my time. So, and then there's some other jurisdictions that are getting involved with our firm. So just to give you an idea of what we're doing in this particular litigation. Your city manager mentioned that we have the expertise and resources to do this, the 100 people that are working on it. And we do. We've been involved in other litigation that's not the opioid litigation, but it is the national level type of litigation where some of the cases end up in what's called a multi-district litigation, and have done so repeatedly. So it's just something this is what the firm does. This, though, has particularly hit home closely for a lot of us at the firm. I'm married to a physician, and this has always been an issue. She was trained during the era that the opioid crisis sort of was in its infancy, but no one really knew what was going on. Because when she was in medical school, that's when they learned about the idea that pain was something to be considered in evaluating a patient, regardless of why they were there. So they were taught this. So this is now, a vital sign, the 5th vital sign. It didn't exist before the 90s, maybe in the 80s a little bit, but really it was pushed down our throats in the 90s. And if you go back behind the 5th vital sign, you realize that it has as its root that 100-word article. It's not even an article. It's a letter to the editor at the New England Journal of Medicine that became the root citation for these thousands of articles saying that opioids are fine and that they're not addictive. This is what you need to do. There's a lot of documentation out there. I won't talk too much about it on the record because it's going to be a part of the litigation and how it is that these pharmaceutical companies and the distribution companies are responsible for causing this crisis, which really started with the physicians getting kind of dubbed into believing that this was the appropriate way to go. And the main reason is money. Again, I won't really go into too much detail there, but we had a situation before where when people had pain, you had back surgery and all the rest of it, you didn't get opioids. When you went home, you got therapy. But then now everybody gets their medication. We've all had the experiences where you have friends that go in for a very routine surgery and they come home with that pill bottle full of these opioids that you just don't need. And thankfully, a lot of the times people don't like it and they don't take it. Or they'll take it for a day and they're like, whoa, I didn't like that. But the problem is not everybody has that ability, and that's where you get this addiction, and that's where we get into the problems that the city has. And you have these drug seekers who no longer get their drugs from the physicians, and everybody identifies them in the community. The physicians do. And so next thing you know, they go to the other side of the opioid problem, which is where you get into the opiates, and you're doing heroin, things like that. And that's where you find the needles on the streets. That's where you see the crime go up. The law enforcement having to respond, EMS having to respond. I don't think I really need to preach too hard to the choir on this issue. I think everybody recognizes it as a problem. It's been on national television. I think even the president has decided it's a problem. So the litigation is ongoing. There's over 150 lawsuits. Yeah, over 150 lawsuits have already been filed nationwide.
Nationwide, okay.
Yeah. And just last week, we were up in St. Louis at what's called the JPML, which is the Joint Panel on Multi-District Litigation. A bunch of federal judges sitting around trying to decide what's going to happen to us in South Texas. We don't like that. So, but there is going to be what's called an MDL, which is a multi-district litigation. It's been assigned to the Northern District of Ohio. So any cases that end up in federal court, in theory, will be transferred up there for the initial kind of discovery that happens in cases. Then they'll be, in theory, sent right back down to be litigated in our communities. Our goal is to avoid that at all costs, because we don't think that, well, as much as I respect judges all over the country, but I don't think a judge up in Ohio understands our issues down here in South Texas. They're very different. So we're working on that strategy already for, Bexar County and for Nueces County. But even if we do get sent up there, we've been in multi-district litigation. We understand how to navigate through it and get us back as soon as possible. So the big question, I suppose, is for the city, why get involved? There is a sort of, when you have a firm or an office or a business and somebody's embezzling your money, you don't know that they're embezzling your money until you catch them. And then you get the accountant in there, and then they figure out all the money they've been stealing from you for years. And you've been just kind of plugging along, not understanding this cost. Well, this cost has been there for the city, and everyone just assumes, well, it's just crime. Crime happens. But crime attributable to this that can be sort of reimbursed by the people who caused it, I think is very important on one side. Then the other side is just to stop it. And that's what this litigation's about. With or without Leon Valley, it's going to stop. I mean, I think we're already beginning to see changes in what's happening with the pharmaceutical companies. But I think the more voices that are involved, the better. Bexar County is involved. That's great because it sort of covers us here. But trickle-down theory doesn't always work, okay? I don't know that they're going to be, securing the funds that you all need to resolve the issues that exist today and have existed, for the last 2 years, the last 5 years. Who knows how far back this is going to go, but I think the city needs to stand for itself and have a voice at the table, so to speak, when it comes to that. So that's why I think the city should be involved, even though Bexar County is already involved effectively for all of the municipalities. But they've got their own sort of cost centers that are going to be reimbursed. You all have your own cost centers that they're definitely not going to reimburse you. The county, but you should be able to voice those issues and voice those calculations when it gets to that, which I'm quite convinced it's going to get there soon. So that's a broad sweep. I could talk all day. I'm a lawyer. This is what happens. But I'll stop there.
How long have y'all been handling these type of lawsuits? When did these lawsuits come about?
Okay.
How long have they been in the pipe?
The opioid litigation?
Yes, sir.
Literally started this summer.
Okay, so nothing's been settled?
Right, no, nothing's been settled.
Okay, because I mean, that's what, okay, so it just started.
Well, to give you some background, back in the early 2000s, it was pharmaceutical litigation, not this opioid litigation. It's where individuals were suing the pharmaceutical companies for their personal injuries, okay?
Okay,
and
from overdose?
Yeah, things
okay,
like that.
All right.
Or becoming addicted and just all their issues.
Sure.
And I'll tell you that those did resolve, and the companies accepted liability from a point certain backwards, but then they just continue doing it.
Okay.
So the idea of communities, like governmental entities suing them, that has not really. It became, shall we say, commonplace over the summer when the discussion was going on. The city of Chicago has been involved in this since 2014, I think it is. And they were alone. They were sort of standing alone out there doing this battle. And they still haven't resolved their case. And unfortunately, with the case being shifted over to the MDL, they kind of have to start again, which is unfortunate. Well, I'd be bothered if, we'd been doing this for you guys, and then we get put on hold until everything gets figured out. But really, it's this year that it came to a head. There were some admissions that were made by different people. I think, again, I won't go into the details because of the record, but there are some admissions that have been made and some acknowledgments that give us a fair amount of certainty that this is the way to go. And like I said, there are a lot of communities that have already actually filed lawsuits. Bexar County has not filed a lawsuit, even though we're already representing them. Nueces County has not filed a lawsuit, even though we're already representing them. And the main reason is we're just observing as the ball moves around for this MDL to make our decisions, and obviously in consultation with the county attorneys and the city attorneys, to determine which way we want to go to best situate you all in this litigation.
So this MDL is that Ohio
It's got a, yes.
court that you have to deal with. So this is federal litigation, right? You're going to file it in the local federal
Yes. Well, this is
district clerk's
this is what we'd
office?
like to avoid, is federal court.
Oh, you'd like to avoid federal court.
So-
How do you do that with these pharmaceuticals that are nationwide?
Well, in order to get into the federal courts, you have to have diversity of citizenship to get jurisdiction there. And there are ways of rupturing that diversity of citizenship. There's some defendants that are arguably residents of the state of Texas. So because of that,
Then you sue you sue them too.
Yes.
And that keeps you out, yeah.
Right. And it's because these corporations are set up so vastly that they made the decision, shall we call it, or mistake of setting up in Texas. Well, that's one of the avenues that we're thinking of. And there's lots of decisions that go into it. Obviously, you only sue the people who are responsible. I mean, that's our practice. We don't like shooting around just because. So the idea is to stay in Bexar County because you can file it
in Bexar County. Okay.
And if not, you end up if you get removed up to federal court in our district here, the Western District of Texas, and then we'd be shot over to the MDL. But in theory, shot back as quickly as possible because that's what we do. So.
Okay, but it's not a class action.
No.
It's just individual municipalities or governmental entities, right? Was the tobacco? I thought the tobacco was like the states.
Yes.
Wasn't it the states that?
And that's the difference here.
Yeah.
Is tobacco had all the states. It didn't get litigated. It did get. They argued a lot at each other.
And then they settled for big dollars.
For a lot of money.
Yeah.
That stayed at the state level. And again, remember that trickle-down theory. It didn't work. So, and I think there's some counties that still get a certain. It's a check, not the biggest check in the world, but they do get something.
Okay.
The opioid litigation is similar in as much as some states are filing. Our state has decided not to so far.
Okay.
That's just the big question mark hanging over us. But the counties are filing and will have their own claims because there are different things that have happened. Depending on, the state has its own problems because of the opioid, epidemic, and the county has its own, and filter it down to the city. The city has its own. So, and I think that's going to stay true throughout the litigation.
So, who would be the potential defendant for the city of Leon Valley if we were to engage your services?
There's in the packet. There's a number of
that whole pharmaceutical page. Okay, yeah, I saw that. You mean all of those, or?
Well, we'd have to look at the numbers and which way the distribution flows are going, but generally speaking.
But it's pharmaceutical companies and distributors. Is that what you said? But not any doctors that prescribed, right?
That has not been our.
That's not been your focus.
Right.
Okay.
Now,
all right.
I'll tell you that there are some people talking in those terms. We generally don't like that, mainly because they're the ones that were duped. The doctors were, okay? And by the pharmaceutical companies and the way things were going down. Now, I know there's a criminal element as far as physicians are concerned. Part of my background is I'm a federal defender, so I defend white-collar crimes and things like that. And I've represented physicians who've gotten into a little bit of trouble with the DEA. And that's just a downright criminal element. And, well, people have decided they're criminals and they're felons now, and they lost their license and they went to prison. I don't know that they will take a role in these cases, those defendants, perhaps. But I think generally speaking, a physician that's been prescribing opioids because that's what the detail person convinced them to do, and that's what the literature convinced them to do, and that was the, quote, gold standard, based on what was put out by these pharmaceutical companies.
I see.
You can't find fault in the physician for doing it.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Those are my questions. Any other questions from the council to Mr. Turnoff? Yes, Simon. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
When I first reviewed this in our packet, the first thing that came to my mind is I believe that the Tom Clancy book, The King of Torts. It's a bunch of lawyers looking for stuff to file suits on to make money. I just don't think this is something that, as a city, we need to be doing. It's really the doctors' problem. The doctors that are overprescribing the drugs. It's nothing to do with the drug companies. Drug companies are just filling the requirement. If you cut back on the amount of drugs prescribed, they're either going to have warehouses full of the drugs or they're going to cut back production. So I don't see this as an issue that, as a city, we should be looking at. The attorneys looking for cases like this, what does it do? The drug companies have to come up, if they lose a suit or they decide to settle, they're going to pass that money back to the consumer. So now your drug prices go up just to pay a bunch of attorneys and some litigants that get pennies, and the attorneys get rich on this, but our drug prices go up. And it's just a vicious cycle that, I just don't think that it's something as a city we need to be involved in. And second, would we even have standing to file this kind of an action? Where have we been hurt, or where have we been harmed where we have standing to do an action like this? But right now I'm opposed to any kind of motion or this kind of stuff. I don't like seeing lawyers going after this kind of business. It's bad for the whole industry.
Okay, thank you. You must have the evidence that you were saying that the physicians were duped. I mean, you must have the evidence, because you wouldn't be bringing this would be called a frivolous lawsuit, and we don't want frivolous lawsuit, and I agree with you. But you must have the evidence that shows what you intend to prove through a lawsuit against the drug companies.
And I respect exactly what you're saying when you talk about lawyers seeking cases and just trying to make money. I completely understand your position. I don't like a lot of type of litigation, and I'm a lawyer. But of course, doing what I do, I like what I do, and I think we do the right thing when we take on cases, particularly the type of cases that we're involved in. The evidence in this case is really damning against these pharmaceutical companies as well as the distributors. It's documented. It's been litigated, not only by plaintiffs going after them, but, for example, the Department of Justice went after one of the major pharmaceutical companies involved in this very issue and managed to, well, first of all, secure criminal convictions of executives for what they did, and also secure a fine that was upwards of $600 million that they paid. And it didn't affect the price of the drugs because it's part of their business. So, I mean, I'm not going to try to convince you right here that we've got all the evidence, other than to tell you that the evidence is there and there's a reason all of these lawsuits are being filed. As far as the damage to the community and suggesting that it would be frivolous for the city to get involved, and I don't know if the suggestion is that no governmental entities should go after them for what they did and how they set this up. But I really do believe that the city, in fact, does have the damages. And, you speak to your fire chief, you speak to your police chief, they're going to tell you. They're the frontline guys, and they're the ones that are having to deal with this. And, like I suggested, that I think each of us knows someone that's been affected by this. There's no demographic on this. I mean, it's literally everybody. Anybody who's been in the situation where they would have been prescribed this medication. We have highly educated and not educated people, same issues. And they all end up in the same non-productive place, costing the community a lot of money. So that's how I would address your comment on the frivolous nature. But I obviously I completely respect your opinion. Everybody has one. So.
Right. Okay. Who else? Yes. Dr. Edwards.
So as I understand it, what you're basically saying here is that the pharmaceutical companies, in order to increase their profit margins, promoted the use of these medications that maybe had a limited role, but they sought out more business, and the result is a lot of addiction, and the byproduct of that is a lot of damage to individuals and communities, and so as a result of that, there's litigation to try to obtain compensation from the people who have engaged in these behaviors, and to try to compensate for the damage to cities, counties, states. Is that basically?
Yes, sir. And really what it is opioids have been used in the medical profession for a long time, inpatient, like in hospitals, where when you leave the hospital, you don't get to take the opioids with you. Companies developed, they developed some that you could take home, like OxyContin, which is oxycodone it's a combination of oxycodone and continuous OxyContin, sort of this slow release, non-addictive version of an opioid. Initially, it was approved only for end-of-life and cancer patients. So the concern wasn't that high as far as people getting addicted. And they made a lot of money off it. $43 million a year, I think, was their first good year. They then, though, reached further and said, well, we need to get to the orthopedic patients and the ones who don't have end-of-life issues, because that's where the profit is, because the cancer patients weren't giving them the profit that they wanted. And there's memos to this effect. It's really quite damning. They went from $40-some-odd million a year to $1.4 billion a year within a 5-year time period. So it's a fabulous marketing scheme. The problem is it was at the expense of our communities. And that's really what we're addressing here. And again, it wasn't just a simple overnight, let's get it approved, and then it just suddenly happened. It was a very aggressive marketing technique where they were sending out people who were, basically really pushing it to the physicians to sell. And as far as the issue of whether or not the physicians sold it, not sold it, but prescribed it, to address the issue of whether or not they were prescribing it, it's really up to the physician to do that. There are federal regulations that require the pharmaceutical company and the distributor to track their pills, like literally know what communities they're going into. And when you see that they're getting into their communities at an overabundance, they need to then, there are mechanisms that get kicked into place, and they need to start addressing it. The DEA wanted to get in and try to get them to stop it, but through some very good lobbying, they were not allowed to do it, and their hands were tied. So the DEA just kind of let the cats run around the hen house, and we just got where we are now. But now that's changing quickly, especially when you see the national sort of attention this is receiving. I could go on and on about this, but I won't. So.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that summary. I appreciate it. Do you have any questions? Ms. Alcacer is an attorney by profession.
I need to inform that.
Oh.
Thank you, Vicki.
And I work in the law office, so, okay, full disclosure.
That's true of my wife. She doesn't admit that either.
That's okay. You had a different point of view, see?
Two things that come to mind to me is the West Virginia case where the per capita number, you might have that.
You've seen the 60 Minutes?
Yes.
I didn't see that.
And I had read about it even before 60 Minutes. And then I visited South Burlington, Vermont, 4 times this year, and their teenage homeless population that covers all spectrums, it is beyond belief, and it's due to the opiates. They have no clue what to do, and I think there's a need for lawsuits to help out. I don't know if it will, but I think if it can do anything to help stop it, and of course I can see by what you've presented, you're not quite sure where you're headed, and that's just, but it's not to our detriment. If you are successful, it should help our community and should minimize or lessen maybe what we're going through. We have one resident that reports almost daily the needles and things that he finds in our park here. That's it. That can be significant. So I wish you luck.
Sorry about that, Chief. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Ely.
I can attest to that as well. I can remember being on some pain medication a long time ago. My MS was kicking in. There was this horrible stuff. I couldn't sleep at night, couldn't do a lot of other stuff. Spasms, tremors, and doctor just started prescribing stuff. And I thought, wow, this is powerful stuff. I could take it with like a grain of salt type thing. But they were just saying, no, take the whole thing. And I was aghast at the sensations that were overcoming my body. When I was weaning myself off of this stuff, I just said, this is not for me. This is not what I want. I don't care what my symptoms are. It's not going to happen to me that way. And I had changed doctors, and I had to go in to ask this doctor for different things, and I explained to him, I'm here to see you. I want to get some treatment. And he says, and he already had his pad out. He didn't even bother asking what I had, what I needed. He said, so what do you want with his pad? And I said, I don't need that. You can put that away. He goes, well, what do you mean? You're here to get stuff, aren't you? And I said, no, I'm not. I just need a referral for therapy, for physical therapy. That's all I need. And he looked at me with this look of disgust, like, well, what do you need me for? And I said, well, you're my doctor. I have to come to you. He literally threw it on the side, disgusted, like, I'm not going to be doing my job. Your job is to help me get well, not to prescribe something and get me out the door as quickly as you can. That's not your job. And I explained that to him. I told him, this is my set of rules. This is how I'm trying to follow through with my life plan for my health. And he pretty much walked out the door, and his assistant came in with a little notepad that said, here, you have a referral. He didn't ask me how I was, anything. Vitals had already been taken, everything. But at that time, the aha moment happened. And I realized, is it really so the doctors look at you as a paycheck because they're going to get a kickback from the pharmaceutical companies for everything they give you? I got that from my original PCP for my family. He was treating us at different times, and I never complained about anything. When I did complain about something, he would note it, but he knew I wouldn't take drugs at the time. So he would just give us an allergy medication or something for my kids or something. Anyway, long story short, closet full of medication samples that he would give us at different times, just so you don't have to pay. Try it. If it doesn't work, fine. If not, at least you get it out of your system. And I asked him one day, what is all that? And he said, well, the drug companies come in with their reps and literally give me all this stuff. And if I can kind of peddle it out of here, I get a little bit of a kickback. It pays for my expenses. That's how I get to keep my country home, my RV, my such and such, and it's a pretty good little sock for my kids' graduation from college. And he told us this. And I thought, well, why do you do this? I mean, aren't you here to help us? I know you're a good guy. You're a good country doctor. And he said, really? As you know me, I don't push it. I'm not telling you take something because I know you're hurting. I know you won't. I do it to help the person if they have to get over a certain pain, if they have to. But I have all this stuff. It's my artillery that I use. And yes, there are some people who come in and just say, I don't care what it is, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. And you're basically a pedal pusher, a pill pusher.
Yes.
You're a drug dealer.
Excuse
and
me.
I've seen that in action
You're
through
going to have to be mine.
different medical visits, where people come in, I'm going, they're talking to their person next to them in the office.
Dealey, thank you. I think you've made your point. If you don't mind, if you have a question,
Yes.
I
I will tell you that the idea that people are asking for prescription drugs comes a lot from their health issues and their need to know what's going wrong with their body. And yes, the opiates definitely do their job, help them avoid that problem, not think about it. And yes, we will make a concerted effort, I would hope, to get that under control. I do agree that we need this issue covered, and I'm glad you're here to do that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jordan.
No, sir. How you doing? What's the end game? I see this it was $100 million.
It's $100,000. $100,000.
$100,000. No, it's $100 million, right? What's the number?
There is no number at this phase. The number that's being tossed around is the fact that the cost to the United States is something in the order of 70 billion with a B dollars a year. That's the cost from the opioid crisis to the communities all across the United States. Are we going to be able to recover that for every year that it's happened, and are we going to be able to recover that for the full amount of that? Who knows? You know, between the efforts of all the lawyers that are going to be involved for all the communities around the country, and then it's just a matter of simply, figuring out the math, on it. Well, what we do is we're big on databases. That's what we do. So we jump in with our clients. In this case, it would be the city, and talking to the city about those cost centers that are being affected by this, and what can be identified. And we're only going to take what we can support. If we can't support it, we're not taking it, because first of all, that's a mistake in litigation, but second of all, it's just wrong. Okay, so you don't want to do that. So you identify those costs and you put them forward, specific costs, and then there's the general nuisance value that your citizen who's calling and talking about the needles in the park again today, that kind of stuff. There's a value to that as well. So can I give you a number? No. Is it going to be a relatively large number? Yes.
Okay, and after the number, say you win, then what else is your demand? Stop distributing opioids or what else?
Part of these settlement agreements, if it's a settlement, for example, like the tobacco litigation, they were forced to, for in perpetuity, contribute to different programs to curtail tobacco. Or tobacco use, especially in the youth, in the teenage kind of crowds. They weren't allowed to use Joe Camel anymore, for example. The Marlboro Man disappeared. So those are the kinds of changes you saw for tobacco. It's different for opioids. There's going to be there's already a lot of regulation. It's just they're not enforcing it. I don't think you need more regulation. You just need the regulations that exist being enforced. And I think that's what you're going to see coming from this. And then, of course, there's going to be a lot of, I think, like, for example, now the opioids have come up with the counter-opioid drug that are being handed out to people who are trying to deal with their addictions. I suspect there's going to be an effect in that as well, that they're going to have to bear that cost instead of the communities.
Okay, so I know you're a lawyer, I'm not, but I'm trying to make the connection between the pharmaceutical to the distribution of the pharmaceutical from the doctor. So who's the determining factor in that drug being distributed to the patient. That's the hurdle that I'm trying to connect in my mind.
The common thought, I mean, and there will be people that will always say it's the doctor no matter what.
Right.
Okay. And you're going to have those outliers, is what I think they are. But I think even some of the potential defendants in these cases are acknowledging that they made these mistakes, and not mistakes, they were deliberate. It was fraud. Mm-hmm. The way they trained the doctors, the way they set up societies that they were behind, and no one realized it was a pharmaceutical society. It's just some sort of the pain management society. And they started creating these ideas of how you're supposed to treat your patients. They got into the doctor's office, basically. Well, they're in there. They're delivering the drugs to the doctor. And they got these very attractive people in these suits and these dresses and with their coffees that they bring in, and they talk to them about what needs to happen, give them literature that is bad literature, that everyone acknowledges is bad literature, getting them to go there. And that's sort of the front end of it. What you see behind it is even more nefarious. The decision-making that was going on in these corporations, that these are the people we're going to target. Finding communities that they say, well, look at these issues. Let's get more people down there. And when I say down there, I mean down into South Texas, because we're one of the largest problems in the nation. So they targeted us, and they did it deliberately. That's it. I mean, and I think you're going to find that as the litigation goes on.
If I could just add one more thing. Under the Controlled Substances Act, everybody who touches an opioid has a duty to report where it goes, how much of it is shipped. Everything about that drug needs to go to the DEA and to state and federal reporting services. There's a statutorily defined duty. And when you breach that duty, when you know that millions of drugs are going to a very small community and you don't report that, that's a violation of the law. So just putting that.
Told you she was smart.
Okay. Let's see. I said I worked in a law firm, and so my husband and son are attorneys, and we usually represent the plaintiffs. And so, you're correcting a wrong. And we're very, very conscientious that you don't file a frivolous lawsuit. You have to have the evidence and the facts and the law behind you before you, go through the so it sounds like y'all have done your research. We don't understand it because you've seen memos that we haven't seen that, connect the drug companies and distributors to the fraud and the deceptive trade practices. But also, this is a contingency fee, and I'd say probably, 80 or 90% of our cases are contingent fee. So you're taking a risk when you take us on as a client, because you're going to do all this work, and if you come up with nothing, then we get nothing, but you don't get paid either, correct? And you incur the expenses. So that's the other thing that when my husband takes the case or my son takes the case, you have to evaluate it on a contingent fee, because you're betting that you've got the law and the evidence behind you that you can, hopefully, you can't guarantee, and you say that in your contract, you can't guarantee. So to me, we don't have anything now, and if we can document our losses, then, we ought to try to give it a try, because we're not out anything. It's not an hourly case. We could not afford that, and we don't even have to pay the cost. So I think, we should go forward with it. So that's my 2 cents. So, yes, Counselor Martinez.
My first comment is having to do with something, a statement that Counselor Ely mentioned. In today's society, you go to your family doctor and you will feel like the doctor ripped you off if he doesn't give you a prescription for something. It was a waste of trip. Our society is molded. You go to your doctor, he's going to give you a script for something. Even if it's aspirin, you're going to get a script for something, or a placebo, but unless you get some script, you're going to feel like you wasted your time. Now, some of the things that I saw on here, they keep on mentioning needles in the park and stuff like that. That's completely a different subject. Now you're talking the illegal drug market. Now, people get hooked on opiates and stuff and heroin through other means than legal drugs. So you're trying to make your story sound good and convincing at the expense of the illegal drug faction. So, you can't really combine, you really have to separate and compartmentalize the two issues. And it almost sounds like you're combining the two issues to make, give your side strength.
May I address that just briefly? The only reason we get into the criminality of, like when people start doing the illegal drugs, is because of the statistics. The way people get to heroin, there are various avenues, but the statistics show that a large portion of those people get there after being on opioids and being shut out of all the clinics because they can no longer get it in that manner, so they go to the heroin. It's much easier, in fact, much cheaper. So there is a statistical correlation, but there's a direct connection between the opiates and these people that would never have touched heroin before. Now, are there people that started doing heroin just because? Yes, absolutely. But you rely on the CDC and their statistics that existed before this litigation in showing what percentage of those calls, for example, would be attributable to the opioid problem.
Anybody else? Okay. Any questions or comments from our residents in the community? Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Again, Justin Renteria, 6647 Grist Mill. Just had some questions based on the presentation. We saw a lot of bullet points indicating some of the impact that this might have on our community, but I didn't see any stats or any information that stated whether or not this is a problem. We got a lot of nebulous information, but I'd like to see, what is the cost in dollars or overdoses or what have you, before we can say, yes, our community needs this. So, and then secondly, are we doing anything as far as diversionary programs already for these types of issues? I think that's important as well. If we're going to be giving, funds or whatever to a law firm, maybe we invest that in our community as well and say, we have these programs and we're going to try to help our folks first. But those are just my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those two. Again, we're not going to pay the law firm, so. But we're hoped that maybe if we got a recovery, then we could put that money in diversionary programs to improve. I don't know. Go ahead, Ms. Kinsler.
That's correct. Diversion programs exist, and it would be great if you were to get a settlement that you could implement further diversion programs. But you don't have all the statistics yet because we have not actually signed an agreement with the law firm. What would happen then is that they would actually let each of the departments know exactly what they needed because they've got a formula already in place, and then we would give them the information that we have once we sign the agreement. I was just attempting to give you examples based on their presentation and based on our city manager discussion of how this might affect a municipality.
Right. I know when you and I talked, I was like, what? I didn't know we had an issue. So, but you all met and you did hear from the chiefs and not Public Works because they weren't there, and said we do have, so maybe we do need to get that information. I'd like to see it myself, but because
you definitely have both chiefs on board, and you have Chief Valdez in particular talking about the amount of overdoses that they attend to on an annual basis. And I don't know what the exact statistic is, but he says that it's voluminous. And so we've got a lot of responses to overdoses.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
Can we have them step in? They're here. They have the knowledge. They might not have the numbers but they're present. So if we could get testimony, that'd be great.
Because you actually met with these people prior to coming here tonight, so.
We met
and
with
it's
them
your recommendation that we
week.
go forward on this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Opioid crisis for all law enforcement. I can tell you here in Leon Valley, haven't been doing it as long as Chief has, but we see it every day. We've had break-ins of businesses where all they stole was the opioids. We've had businesses where we've had knockdown, drag-out fights with people stealing opioids in our different doctor's offices. And then on a daily basis, we deal with the problems from the opioid crisis. It is huge. And like I told the attorneys, I think it's even worse here in San Antonio area because of the military and the way the military gives out opioids like it's candy. And so it is huge. If you go down to the bridge or any of the homeless camps, it is opioids that have most of those in a grip of dependency. It's big.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So you've seen it firsthand in our community. And Chief Valdez, what are your comments on this, please?
So I don't have the exact numbers. I would like to go back to the beginning of our EMS system to gather that data. But I just wanted to say that we do respond to overdoses. We do respond to opioid type emergencies often enough, and it doesn't matter if it's 10 or 20. There's several impacts that it makes, not just on the call itself or the cost associated with providing medical care to the patient. You're tying up resources that are otherwise, when we had a recent closure of a business where we were responding to a lot of overdoses, every time we're responding to that incident, we're tying up our ambulances and our staff when they could be available for the heart attack or the stroke or the diabetic emergency or the seizure call, and so it's really getting at your resources and tying them up, and then on top of that, it's really a non-billable call. You're not going to have any recovery from that type of call, so you lose in so many different ways. The cost associated with providing EMS is ridiculous. It's the medications. Narcan, for instance, is a drug that's used regularly to reverse the effect of a narcotic overdose. We use it regularly in EMS. The cost is going up. It basically acts as a inhibitor to the receptors that receive the narcotic. So it blocks that action. So I personally, as a paramedic, have given this drug and seen somebody that was had overdosed and was unconscious come alert and angry, and now we have to deal with that and transport the patient and denying that they used the drug. So there's a bunch of scenarios, but it is real. It does happen, and we are affected here in this community.
And so this lawsuit would compensate those types of situations that the chiefs have just...
Yeah, exactly. And we'll be able to pinpoint very specific instances, but there's also, based on that, along with statistics, you can then sort of create a good damage model that's acceptable to both sides. Again, without the overreaching, without the frivolous nature of some lawsuits, you have to be real careful with that. But these are the issues, and these are the people who will be talking in those lawsuits, explaining what they've seen at that level, in addition to the other examples of people going into doctors' offices or families that have been ruined because of this, businesses that have, very good employees that no longer do well, and in particular for a city, like Leon, you've got the issue of your own employees getting into this problem. So, Leon Valley's going through this. And, I think there were some examples thrown out about it's not just the deaths, it's the people who become addicted. And the example I always give is I have a very good friend who was a Homeland Security agent, very good agent. He broke his hand when a door slammed on his hand, which is fine. So he goes in and gets some, they did what they did to fix it, but guess what they also gave him is the opioids. He became so addicted to that right now he's in custody in a federal penitentiary because of the way his life just kind of went downhill. And it's ridiculous. I mean, he was a great man before. He was working for the federal government, doing very well, but it was because of that opioid, and that's the only thing that made him who he became and the criminal he became. Before that, there was no indication of that. So those are the examples that you're going to hear about over and over again as the litigation goes on. And so the damages are clear. The liability, I think, is clear. Some people may disagree with me, but But I think, and there are a lot of people who obviously believe in this, because this litigation wouldn't have happened the way it's happened so far, without that.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I'd like to make
Yes.
a motion.
You sure may. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we select Phillips Anderson Deacon for the negotiation and execution of a professional service agreement for the investigation and prosecution of a lawsuit against the manufacturers, distributors, and prescribers of prescription opiates.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion by Dr. Edwards and a second by Counselor Alcacer to select the law firm Phipps Anderson Deacon LLP for the negotiation and execution of a professional services agreement for the investigation and prosecution of a lawsuit against the manufacturers, distributors, and prescribers of prescription opioids. There I go again. Did I do it better? Okay. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion does pass, 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right. Thank you all very much for the discussion. And that was the other thing I was going to ask you. Are you, Megan, our contact?
Yes, I can.
So are you going to give regular updates to our city attorney?
I have been in contact with Ms.
I mean, like on a monthly basis, so we can check the status of, you filed a lawsuit?
Monthly okay, or do you would
Oh, no, I don't think any more than monthly, but I mean, I just want to be sure because I think that's really important. And anything, I don't know, anything that you file, you give the copy to the city, that kind of thing, so.
And to be clear, nothing will be filed without your approval.
Definitely. Okay, that's good. Okay.
You are the client.
You bet, you bet. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
City clients and
Okay, thank you all very much.
Bill, may
You
be
bet.
excused.
Yes, you sure may. Thank you, and have a good evening. All righty. All right, moving on to, oh, gosh. Well, doggone, yeah, that's okay. Y'all want to go? No. Okay. Everybody goes through this at City Hall. Everybody.
To you.
Oh, thank you. That's
Happy
really
birthday,
thoughtful.
dear Mayor. Happy birthday to you.
That's okay, no
Many
problem.
more.
Okay. All right. I'm 39 and holding.
She also brought plates for us.
Oh, good.
and
forks.
All right. So let's go ahead and cut that up, and that'd be great. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Especially with this next.
Yes, we've got a long presentation. Then, okay. Thank you all very much, and have a good evening. Okay. Bye-bye. Yeah. Y'all want to just...
Come on.
Okay, moving then to agenda item number 7.4. We have a first public hearing on amending the City of Leon Valley Comprehensive Master Plan, and we have Nina Nixon Mendez here, our new Community Development Director, to present. And gosh, this has been a long time in incubation, I guess you could say,
Yes,
right?
yes, it has.
Yes,
It certainly
and so,
has. So,
yeah, so we're glad that it's coming to fruition and that you were
Right.
able to hear the improvements. Thank you.
So again, this is our first public hearing on an ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Comprehensive Master Plan. The Comprehensive Master Plan does serve as a long-term policy guide to provide assistance to elected officials in decision-making. And it is updated periodically to reflect community conditions and changing goals and objectives. Here we do have a graph of the Leon Valley population. You have the census population in excess of 9,000 in 1980. Today, the census estimate and the 2016 official estimate is 11,314. So you can see how the needs of the community can change through the population growth and other factors. Our comprehensive master plan adoption, originally there was a policy adopted back in 1986, and as you can see, there have been numerous updates throughout the years, and our target date for an amendment is December 19th this year. So again, the comprehensive plan, it's a blueprint. It guides day-to-day planning, engineering, financial decisions by the city. It also fosters communication between the City Council, staff, and citizens by planning the government's future and intentions, putting those intentions on on public display. It helps to coordinate the various functions of the city, and it establishes a basis for land use regulation and public investment. The plan document itself has several components or chapters dealing with land use and community design, transportation and thoroughfare, housing and neighborhood, economic development, quality of life, and environment, and each of those have focus areas that are addressed in the plan. And so I primarily wanted to address the changes between the 2009 plan and the current draft plan. One change, it focuses on long-range planning rather than functioning as a short-term action plan. And, you know, the audit program now is designed to address those short-term immediate concerns, so that's a shift. And then secondly, in terms of the plan update time period, it changes it from 4 to 7 years. And also throughout the plan, you will see updated goals and strategies that were based on citizen input workshops. Now, these workshops occurred between 2013 and 2016. So, you know, there were multiple opportunities for citizens to come out and participate in the process. Another theme that you will see reflected in the plan is the sustainability theme. Again, encouraging natural resource conservation, greenway development, using smart growth, principles in redevelopment to optimize use of your existing infrastructure, promoting reuse, recycling, increasing the availability of transportation options, and also expanding our housing options to include a variety of housing types for all income levels is an emphasis. And there were also changes related to the land use plan and neighborhood land use maps. These replace the zoning maps, and that is to comply with our local government code. And so you will see that noted in the maps. And then additionally, the demographic data was updated as well based on U.S. Census estimates. And then there was some change with respect to the document organization. So you can see how some of the 2009 chapters were folded into the new chapters. And so we do have our C statement where the master plan benefits citizens of all incomes and age groups through growth strategies and service delivery. With respect to economic, the master plan promotes economic development while encouraging smart growth and redevelopment to optimize prior infrastructure development. And then the master plan promotes natural resource conservation, expansion of tree canopy, greenway development, transportation options, and recycling and reuse. With respect to fiscal impact, there's none associated with the adoption of this document. It's a planning document, and it's a guide. It does not commit future funding. With respect to public hearings, the local government code provides that the city may adopt or amend a comprehensive plan by ordinance following a hearing in which the public is given the opportunity to give testimony and present written evidence, and review by the municipality's planning commission or department if one exists. And of course, the review is conducted by our zoning commission. And tonight is the first public hearing before City Council, and then there's a second public hearing and council consideration scheduled for December 19th. With respect to the zoning commission, they reviewed the plan on July 25th and also the revised land use community design component on October 24th, and they have recommended approval of the draft. And again, that's a recommendation of the commission, and no action is requested at this time as this is only a public hearing.
Okay, very good. Before I open up the public hearing, are there any questions for Ms. Nixon-Mendez? Yes, Councilor Jordan.
What was the timeline changing from 4 years to 7 years?
I think, you know, it varies from community to community. Mm-hmm. Most cities range between 5 and 10 years. Okay. And so it's my belief that staff picked the midpoint for that recommendation.
Okay, but it's subject to review, like you were saying, subject to review and change in case
That is correct.
demographics
But a
or-
comprehensive plan can be amended at any time,
Mhm.
but that's just for an official review
of the entire document.
of the entire document, yes.
All right, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was my question, but that would be, when it is approved at the end of December, then it would be 7 years from that point forward.
For an
Is that correct? And that was the other question. What if we had an amendment to the document before 7 years? You said it can be amended at
That
any
can
time.
be amended at any
That's
time
a
as
good
long as there's a
clarification.
public hearing process
Okay.
and a recommendation from
Very
the zoning
good.
commission.
All right. Any other questions from the council? Okay, and at this time, yes,
one comment.
Councilor Martinez, I'm sorry.
With the size and scope of this item, it would be nice if we could slow the process down and possibly not vote on this until sometime in January or February, because this is a very detailed and comprehensive
It's a huge document.
document,
Yeah, it is.
and
I agree.
you know, I didn't have time from when I got the packet on Friday to read the whole thing, even though I did get I went on the website and downloaded and started that before I got the packet. But I think we really need to slow this down a little bit. You know, what's the harm in deferring the final action till, let's say, the second meeting? Well, it'd have to be the second meeting in January, and give time for more public input, and possibly, you know, public could possibly make suggestions or revisions that hadn't been thought about. Some of these items, this has been going on for, I believe it's 3 or 4 years now, or this whole revision process. They touched it, and then whoever was on staff at the time, it was typically the community development director, would get pulled off for the 4th of July celebration. So this whole package was tabled for a period of time, and then it was brought back up, and you know, it's been a kind of convoluted process. Hopefully now that we have a community events director, that'll alleviate that problem, but I think we need to slow down the process before we approve it. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
2 odd questions.
Okay.
I did read the whole thing. It took forever, but there was the word teacherage. What is a teacherage? Do you have any clue?
A teacherage? I think it was probably referring to a school.
Well, yes, ma'am, it was. It was where the original North Side School.
The North Side District.
Right here changed from being a school to being a teacherage. So it's a difference. I did not have a chance to look up the words, so I thought maybe you knew it. The second thing is there were a couple of references to tax code that allows you to voluntarily dedicate your property for recreation or scenic use. And there, in several places, it was recommended that we do that for people, but they never said what the property tax code section was. So if you can find that out and provide it, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
Yes, otherwise I've talked to you about a lot of corrections, but they're all relatively minor, having to do with grammar and spelling and things like that, word usage.
Yes, Dr. Edwards.
I can
Okay.
explain what a teacherage is.
Thank you.
It's a building serving as a combination school and living quarters.
Oh, wow. Learn something new every day.
I think maybe the word is misused then.
Yeah.
I don't think the school ever served living quarters.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
I doubt it ever served that purpose.
You know, I did not have a chance to go through the whole document because of just this is my meeting week, I think, but so I wouldn't be opposed to moving it to January for the final approval, so that give more input if that's allowable. I don't see why not. this is a public hearing, so we can certainly hear from our residents as well. But anyway, I think it's, you know, it needs to be amended, and you've put a lot of time and effort into it, but it is important for us to really understand what we are amending and improving for the next 7 years. So I think additional time, I would not be opposed to that. So, okay, anyone else? Yes, Councilor Ely, and then we'll open up the public hearing.
I did get a chance to read through it as well. And I was very happy that a lot of the extra components that were in there were now designating space to address our sustainability here in Leon Valley, which was one of our primary goals as a city, to maintain our sustainability. And with that in mind, there were a lot of extra additional items that were now being addressed or added in. Some that we've already addressed, others that we're going to hopefully continue to address and add on. And so for that, I'm grateful. I was very happy to hear that. And with that in mind, I also have part of that with the presentation that will be given a little bit later tonight, addressing some of that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So with that, I will open up the public hearing then at approximately 18 minutes after 9 on December the 5th. And
come on,
Justin, is it Renteria? Renteria?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good.
Justin
Thank you.
Renteria again, 6647 Gristmill. I
good.
don't have too many questions about the plan itself. I think it's great. Definitely need a planning effort, and just ask that we make sure we're working with San Antonio and our nearby other municipalities. That way our plans dovetail. I guess I do like the recommendation to push this back a little bit. I think it's, having the public meeting at 9:20 on a Tuesday, it's a little problematic. So I would like to, I would encourage there to be, an earlier time, maybe a week in time when more folks could attend and give their input. But thank you. I love this effort.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments this evening, Justin. Thank you. All right. Anyone else?
Mayor, Council, I have a comment. I just want to make it really clear that 4th of July festival didn't slow down this progress. This has been going on since 2013. And so that there wasn't one festival that slowed down. This has been in the works for actually over 4 years now. It's been a long time. So taking your time and making sure you review it and read it right, that's great.
I would appreciate that. Yes. Thank you. Anyone else? If I don't see anyone else, then I'll close the public hearing at 9:20.
Can I have one more?
Yes.
comment?
You may have another comment. Yes.
Thank
you. Go right ahead. Councilor Alcacer.
I do want to commend, of course, Nina, you're just coming in at the end of the process, but they have done a tremendous job, and it's a very well done document. When you get a chance to read it, you'll see. You'll be pretty impressed. But I do want to call your attention to reading the public works section in particular, because they even added humor, and I could tell it's the humor of the director. So it was very good, particularly the item where about the detention ponds being a side effect of the trails instead of vice versa. But anyway, that's just a comment in passing. You'll enjoy that reading, at least that
Thank
section.
you. I appreciate that. Do you claim ownership of that, Ms. Moritz? Okay, very good. Just so y'all are connected. Okay, great. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may, we did advertise a public hearing for December 19th.
Okay, good.
In the
Yeah,
Echo.
that's fine.
So if
we can certainly have a
at
second
your
public hearing. We
pleasure,
may
we
not,
could
I
have
mean,
the
depending
public
upon what the
hearing.
council does, I mean, we can vote on it that night, or we can delay it till the 19th so that, more people can go to it on the website and give comment if we'd like.
Can't we have a third public
We can have a
hearing?
third public hearing, you bet. There's nothing against that. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for your efforts. Do appreciate it. Thank you, and have a good evening. All right, next is 7.5, presentation. Oh, you're still here. I see your name. Excuse me. I thought you were going home. Okay, presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve an ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances by adding Article 3.12 substandard buildings to enact regulations for substandard, unsecure, or dangerous buildings or structures. Now I know. Hello, Mr. Renteria. How are you? I'm glad you're here. Okay, yes.
The
Ms.
purpose
Nixon
is to
Mendez is going to present this one. Thank you,
Yes,
and
Mayor,
welcome
Council,
again.
thank you. The purpose is to consider adding Article 3.12 substandard buildings to enact regulations for substandard, unsecured, or dangerous buildings or structures. The amendment is necessary to address substandard buildings that are a threat to public health and safety and to provide for enforcement and abatement. The local government code provides that cities can establish an ordinance that regulates dangerous structures by declaring them a nuisance. And it sets forth specific actions cities must take to vacate, secure, repair, remove, or demolish structures. The ordinance provides for minimum standards for buildings, giving proper notice to the owner, and a public hearing before City Council to determine whether a building complies with the standards set out in the ordinance. If found to be in violation, the city may order that the building be vacated, secured, repaired, removed, or demolished by the owner within a reasonable time frame, and this time frame is provided for in our local government code, 30 to 90 days depending on the work to be done. Over 90 days may be allowed only with a detailed plan, work schedule, and regular progress reports. And then the owner has the burden of proof to show scope and time needed of the work. If the owner does not comply with the order, the city may abate the property. And so this is really the main point of this ordinance. It does provide an option for the city to come in and abate if that is what the city chooses to do. Repairs must meet minimum housing standards. The city may secure a building if it violates the minimum standards and is unoccupied or is occupied only by persons who do not have a right of possession to the building, so vagrants. The city must notify the mortgagees and lien holders having an interest in the building or property. The city may file a lien to recover costs, and they may also assess civil penalties against the owner for failure to abate with an amount not to exceed $1,000 per day for each violation. With respect to the fiscal impact, if funds are not identified in the FY18 budget to cover costs of abatement, a budget amendment would be necessary prior to the abatement action. So if we don't have the funds in the budget, that would come back to council. The ordinance allows for the city to attach a lien on the property to recover the costs associated with the base abatement. And so our recommendation is approval. The ordinance would allow the city to abate substandard buildings in accordance with the state of Texas statutes.
Okay, very good. So, and I guess maybe this is a question for our city attorney. So this is what we needed to address and approve before we could actually, because the owner of a burnt out building has not been responsive. So this is what we needed to have on the books in order for us to come in and abate the situation. Is that correct?
Mayor and council, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Nina and I worked together and researched the statutes to see how the city can proceed. I presented to staff 3 options, and we chose this option out of the statutes to go forward with. It was cheaper and quicker. And so Chapter 214 of the local government code is what is going to govern this, and that is why we brought the ordinance to you today.
Okay, very good. I just know that there has been a family on Gristmill that has been communicating with the city about this deplorable situation next to their home, and so I thought, you know, this is great that we have this finally on the. I know, Mr. Runter. I know. I waved to him. But he and I have had a good email conversation over the last I don't know how many months. So thank you. He's been unrelenting. So I'm just so glad that we're finally able to get the piece that we need in order to help rectify the situation in your neighborhood. So thank you for your patience. So I just wanted to clarify that for the rest of the council. Are there any other questions before we hear from anyone else on this issue. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Alcacer.
I have a problem, and I realize you've probably taken it from whatever other code you use it following, but to say will allow the city to abate substandard buildings, even as an attorney, as she says, that doesn't make sense to me. So can you define that in our ordinance, please?
It's in the ordinance. I believe it gives us the ability to demolish or to make repairs or to secure the building or do whatever we have to do to abate the problem. That's what the abatement that's what the word means in the statute, to do all those things. Is there anything I'm missing, Nina?
No, I think you covered it all.
Because I don't find that reference. Maybe I was just too tired by the time I got to it, but I just thought
it's definitely in the.
Well, I know, I saw those parts, but it didn't clarify. Just all of a sudden we came to abate, and everything else, mostly you use the term abatement, and this is being used as a verb, and I think that's kind of unusual. So I just have difficulty with the wording. I didn't know if there was another way to do it.
But I guess what I heard the city attorney say is it's broad enough so that we can do what we need to do in order to get this house situation
Everything
correct.
that is in that ordinance that if you pass it today is what is required under the statute to have an ordinance on substandard buildings, to be able to abate those substandard buildings. This is what is in this ordinance is what is required. Mm-hmm. And they set out the requirements in the statute.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. Did I have a question over here? Yeah, okay.
Just that includes all buildings, right? Businesses as well, or is it just residential?
Anything that would be considered substandard, so that would be dwellings as well as commercial.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Now, I had another procedural question. I think Chief Joe, can you come here and answer this question? Okay, when we pass this ordinance this evening, okay, it says 30 to 90 days. What's the next process after that?
So actually, the next process would be in our attorney's lab. We'll serve him with a notice that we're going to start going down this process, invite him in to come in front of y'all and argue his point. So in the meantime, we're going to continue doing what we're doing on the enforcement side. We're not stopping any of that.
Okay.
And on this house in particular, he says he's got a contract to demolish, but there's been no movement yet, so we're going to keep doing what we're doing.
Mayor and Council, and just to back up what Chief is saying, that the statute requires us from this point on, after creating this ordinance, is to go ahead and provide statutorily required notices to the owners and mortgagees or whoever has an interest in the property, provide them notice to come to a public hearing. We'll have a public hearing before City Council, and you'll determine whether or not the building is substandard based on today's minimum requirements of what the minimum requirements of a habitable building should be. If it doesn't fit that requirement, then we have that public hearing. We present our side, and then the owner then presents their side, and then anybody who else wants to testify can. Okay. And then after that, you make your decision. If you decide that the building is substandard, then we would make preparation to go ahead and to demolish the building or do whatever we have to do to abate the problem.
Okay, and that's all within that 30 to 90 day?
No, I mean,
no. I'm just
that's why.
Yeah. Okay.
The 30 to 90 days is, Nina can explain that better.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Basically, the 30 to 90 days is a time frame that you can allow. So say if the applicant might come up and say, I have this demolition contract I'm going to move forward with it, but it sets a time period on them to get it demolished. It needs to be done within 30 days.
Okay.
Within that first 30 days. But it allows for some leeway for negotiation.
Okay.
If it is a phased project, it can go beyond the 90 days, but the burden of proof is on the property owner to demonstrate that he would not be able to get that done by the 90 days.
Okay. All right. Very good. Yes.
I had a question for the chief. How many facilities do we have in Leon Valley that fits this description of dilapidated, substandard, et cetera,
I'd say,
et cetera?
quite honestly, now that we've cleaned up a lot of the businesses that were a problem, I'd say we're probably, that I know of personally, I'd say less than 5 at this point. None to this level. The other ones are probably, are all habitable, or somebody lives in them, but it's to the point of what we dealt with some of our other homes in the past. Would give us teeth to force them to clean it up, or we could take the action to clean it up and then they would get charged for it. So, but to this standard, I don't know of any other house in Leon Valley that is to this point, to this standard at all. This is by far the worst one that we have, that I know of.
Who determines, is that the fire marshal or the fire inspector? Who determines the livability and all that of the facility?
The way that we've worked it on this one, since this was a fire, it can be the fire department, it could be the police department, it could be the building official. So the way that it's written is one of the 3 are going to take the lead depending on the circumstances. So this one here would start out as the fire department, and the chief fire inspector, which is Chief Valdez, would take the lead to go down that road, and had it for quite some time trying to work with this guy until he disappeared on us. So it really is going to depend on the circumstances. If it was the drug house that we had on Heebner before we boarded up, we could have used this ordinance at that time to get it boarded up a lot quicker. And that would have been something that I would have taken on because of the circumstances that it was going on. So it can be one of the 3 is the long story here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You betcha. Mr. Rentenil, did you want to say anything regarding this proposed ordinance? So, thank you. And I appreciate you being here and staying through all almost 3.5 hours here. Thank you. But you learned a lot, right?
I sure did. Mayor, council members, chief.
Yes.
Thank you for having us here, and I can't thank you enough for passing this.
Well, we haven't done it yet, but I just wanted to hear from you first.
Thank you for taking into consideration.
Yes, sir. You bet.
This enough. It's been a year and a half, and I know the owner personally, and we've been patient, and a year and a half is more than enough time to settle your differences or whatever problems you may have. But you took lead, and other people that have been involved with this, I want to thank them also, because structures like this, like we're talking about the opiates and everything, attract undesirables. I've witnessed it twice, where two people have entered that property trying to get whatever possible, whatever they were after. One at 3 a.m. in the morning, and one at in the middle of the day. And my neighbor across the street witnessed it. He backed his SUV right into the middle of his front yard and went to the backyard. And she called the owner, and then she had him on the phone. So he left thinking the police was going to be called. But it's attracted a lot of varmints and rodents.
Sure.
And he does have a swimming pool that does fill with water. So that becomes a kind of environmental issue with the Zika and West Nile and stuff like that. So I've spent so much money on spraying mosquito, to treat the yard and everything, and killed a couple rattlesnakes. Also in springtime's coming around, and I think a coral snake was located off of Heebner. So I don't know exactly where, but I saw in the news. So I'm glad that you're taking the lead.
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate
for your patience. So thank you for those words. And I just knew that this directly affected Mr. Rentenillas. That's the house next door to him. So, all right. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I've got a question for our attorney. Was this a ordinance modeled after any other city's ordinance, or is it fresh
It's freshly ours.
Okay. And if I understand what you said, before we could take any action and have a house demolished, there'll be a hearing before City Council, and then the City Council would make the final decision.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And if you have a landlord that is working, and let's say he shows that he is doing something, but it's approaching the 90-day, and he comes to you and say, "Hey, I need 30 more days." Are you willing to work with him?
That would be up to you, this body. He would have
But
to come
before
back
even
before
getting
City Council.
to City Council, if he comes to the city and says, "Hey, I've been working on this for 60 days, and I need another 30 days before I can complete it," or I've signed a contract with a contractor, but he's on another project, he can't start it.
Well,
Are
we've
you willing
already
to
been
work with the person before it comes to us?
So I can tell you
Yeah.
this, sir. Before it ever gets to her, to get to you, he's already going to have to fail to us, like this gentleman has. We're not going to bring it to this level on day one. It's going to be you're ignoring us. You're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. We tried to work with you just like we've tried to work with everybody else, and you're not coming into compliance, or you're not working with us. You're ignoring us just like this gentleman did. So before it ever gets to her, and before it ever gets to you, we're already going to be able to stand up in front of you with all honesty and say, this is why we need to take this action. It's not only the fact that it's a substandard location, but it's also the fact that the owner is not working with us to resolve this issue.
Okay. But if he's at 95 days and he's asking, "I need 30 more days," are you willing to work with the person if he shows a good faith effort that he has already been doing something?
In this circumstance, because
No, forget this circumstance. I'm just saying,
in
hypothetical in the future. We have a
hypothetical, I'm going to work with them as much as they'll work with us.
Okay.
But I can't tell you I'm going to give him 90 days or 95 days, because if it's a guy cooking meth in the house, I'm not going to give him 3 days.
Right.
So it's really going to depend on the circumstances.
Okay, but you're willing, you're being flexible and willing to work. Okay, that's all I want to hear. Thank you.
And
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman, if I might add, if it goes beyond the 90 days, they have to provide progress reports as well.
Fine. That's all I want. If they show, "Hey, I've been working on this for 60 days, but I got a contractor that can't start for another week, and it's going to take him 3 weeks to finish," you're showing that he's doing something, and you're not going to cut him off at 90 days.
Okay, thank you. All right. May I have a motion then?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances by adding Article 3.12, substandard buildings, to enact regulations for substandard, unsecured, or dangerous buildings or structures.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Ely and a second by Councilor Jordan to approve the ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances as presented this evening regarding substandard housing or houses. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you all very much for being here, and let's see if we can't get this thing wrapped up sooner rather than later. All righty. Take care. Good night. Happy holidays. Yes, sir. Moving then to agenda item number 6. Presentation 7.6. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution to approve an initiative to conduct a public education awareness campaign on the hazards of misusing pesticides and other chemicals which may reduce hazardous and toxic waste in our environment. And we have Councilor Ely and Public Works Director Moritz. I should have moved this up when I'm thinking about it, because then you had to wait, but that's okay.
I learned a lot.
You sure did. That's right. Thinking positively. Awesome. Thank you, and good evening.
Thank
and I'm
you,
glad
Mayor and
you're with us. All right.
So this is to discuss and possibly approve an initiative to conduct a public education awareness campaign on the hazards of misusing pesticides and other chemicals in an effort to reduce hazardous and toxic waste in our environment. The city, as well as our citizens, regularly use various products on their properties which are designed to kill weeds and insects and other things. Other hazardous products are pool chemicals, certain paints, driveway and house washes, and solvents. These products have been known to have unintended consequences, such as the killing of certain types of plants that feed species, such as the monarch butterfly, on land, and are harmful to fish and other aquatic species ingested in streams and rivers. The common use of these types of products is typically not in keeping with the manufacturer's recommended dosages or application procedures and warnings. Hazardous waste is defined by the EPA as a waste with properties that make it dangerous or potentially harmful to human health or the environment, or a waste that appears on one of the 4 hazardous waste lists or exhibits at least one of 4 characteristics: ignitability, corrosivity, reactivity, or toxicity. Examples of some of these are solvents, oil or lead-based paints, pesticides, herbicides, antifreeze, and pool chemicals. The way that people misuse these, runoff. People tend to use more of the product than is needed, and or they allow the products to run off down the streets and drains to eventually end up in our streams and rivers. We do overspray. We allow the product to land on beneficial weeds and vegetation not located on the property owner's property. Wind speed also causes product to land on unintended surfaces. People will spray when the wind is up high. And then improper storage and disposal. Empty cartons, cans, or other containers are placed in the regular trash pickup or are left to expire in the garage or backyard, where the container could be exposed to heat and then deteriorate over time. And I must say, I'm guilty of all of these, just myself. More is always better. So it's suggested that the city begin an awareness campaign of the hazards and toxicity of these types of products and what our citizens can do to reduce the use of these products or use alternative products to get the same results. We want to start off with developing a refrigerator magnet for distribution to the public. They would be handed out at all of our various environmental event days. And here's just a little example of some of them that I found off the website. I think we could be a little more creative than these. It's got a minimal fiscal impact. We could advertise for free on the city's website, in the newsletter, and on Facebook and Twitter. We could create the magnet, and the only reason that I put $1,000 here is because the more you get, the cheaper it is. So if you've got a big bulk amount and you have a magnet that's not going to change, it has the same text on it all the time, you can use the same order year after year after year. So while you would spend $1,000 on that first year, you're going to be using it for 5 years, so it's minimal. And the funds are already in Public Works. I would be happy to give up $1,000 to create this magnet. And so this is an initiative by Councilmember Ely, and so I will let her speak to any questions that you have and to let her explain in more depth her campaign.
Good. Councilor Ely.
Yes, I thought this would probably be a good time to present it since we're going through our master plan and trying to get our sustainability in order, our environmental issues addressed, our land and water issues that are involved, as well as economics. As you see here from the C statement, reducing the amount of toxins on land and in our streams increases the health, safety, and welfare of all our citizens. Economically, using safer alternatives in chemicals are typically cheaper than purchasing the chemicals. And environmentally, reducing the amount of toxins in the environment will support the city's environmental sustainability initiatives. Addressing all those things, I know our Earthwise Living Committee has done their best over the years, close to 30 years now, of promoting less toxicity in our environment, reducing the amount of hazardous things we have to deal with, reducing our waste products, helping our public works be able to do a better job by keeping people from disposing of things improperly. And one of the major causes of toxicity in our environment is people overusing, disposing improperly, not knowing what they're doing, allowing children to get into things, many things that are avoidable if we just were able to give them proper education, or, as it says here, safer alternatives. Again, Earthwise has done a phenomenal job of doing it. With this initiative, I'm hoping to make it an in-your-face campaign. Earthwise is once a year. We have other initiatives during the year. People come and go. This would be a magnet that would be front and center on their fridge every day, reminding them, you know, your children are important. They're important to you. We would hope your environment's important to you. And we're not going to be able to maintain our health initiatives all around if we aren't conscientiously doing this every day. So I hope by this presentation that we're able to make that awareness come forth. I did hand out a document that speaks on this, and it's out there on the foyer. It's also online for anyone that wants to read it. It's from Mercola.com, and it speaks about 1,200% increase of weed killer in your body. That's not unusual. That is a fact. And these things are present all over, not only in your environment, they're present in babies when they're born. They're present in air, water, land. Most of that has to deal with what we were just talking about right now. Chemical companies, manufacturers that are just out there for the buck. They don't care about us. They just care about making their money. And to heck with how they have to do it. So we have to make the public aware that they can do it one step at a time, one person at a time. If we can do it in our community, hopefully San Antonio may pick up the ball and run with it as well. But if we can show that in our community it can be done. We do care about Leon Valley. We do care about our families. We're very family-oriented here. And as we've shown, we are very community-oriented as well. So let's prove it. Let's do what we can to make it a safer place, a better place to live. And with that, I'm hoping that we can provide some alternatives as well. We'll be presenting some of those in the future, but for right now, I would like to make a case that we possibly put one of these signs up in our community garden. Let people know we're not going to allow them to use anything that's not organic and not healthy for the people that are growing it right next door to them in their little community gardens, that it will be GMO-free and toxin-free. And hopefully the community themselves in the backyards will follow their lead. Having vinegar, water, and soap is pretty good stuff. Steam does a wonderful job. If you can pour hot water on them, they'll die. You'll still keep your grass alive, and they'll be coming up next year. But if you use these other chemicals, toxicities, and you're allowing them to stay in your garage, you're just asking for trouble. You're breathing it in. You're asking for disposal problems later on. Just don't buy them. Use safer stuff. Anyway, that's the presentation. We're hoping that the council will be on board with this. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions for Councilor Ely on this agenda item? Yes. Councilor Martinez.
My inclination is this is not an item that the city council needs to be addressing. This would be more of an item that a committee would take the responsibility to do, and not a city. I disagree with the economic statement up there. I know we're talking all around it, but we are talking about Roundup. Roundup works if used in a proper manner. It's a fantastic pesticide. It works. These other alternatives, vinegar and salt and stuff, they don't work. It's been proven time and time again that these alternate safer alternatives just do not work as good as properly using Roundup. And I think it would be in bad taste or bad form for the city to put up a sign in the community garden mandating that people don't use any kind of pesticides. It'd be up to whoever has that little spot of land to maintain it in any way they want to. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, the community garden was established as organic when we first began it back in 1990, I think it was. So, we encourage people. Of course, I don't know what they put on. I certainly don't put any chemicals on, and so, like diatomaceous earth is a good, alternative to bugs because they eat it and they die. But
no, I
anyway,
can see encouraging, but not mandating.
But no, I mean we have a whole sign that says no, or so we have done it there at the garden for sure. This is a huge issue. I mean, it really is, and I don't disagree with it. As I was sharing with Councilor Ely, I think our focus, what I would like to see our focus right now to be, is recycling, because we're so behind on it, and especially with this transition. So, not that we shouldn't address this. I think we should. I don't know if this should be first before the recycling, is what I'm saying. I don't know if we can do both, but I'd like to hear y'all's comments. But I don't know what the statistics are. Have we done any kind of surveying, for our citizens of who uses the chemicals and who doesn't? And I don't know. I'm just.
No, ma'am, I have not done any. As we
and so,
stated in the presentation, this would just be an initiative to find out all of that and to set future policies.
Yeah. And so I don't know what would go on that magnet. I mean, those are questions I have. I mean, and then who would actually put it on their icebox? They, I just don't know. So.
I would think that the magnet would be something that would be designed by the Earthwise Committee.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor?
Yeah, possibly. Mm-hmm. Yes, you sure may. But, this is something you and I talked about.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I've done a lot of research on this, and unfortunately, maybe I can present something else at a later date, but I didn't want to bring all the statistics and all of the information I had because it's voluminous.
I know it's huge.
And it has to do with the world. There are European nations banning this stuff. Nations. There are counties in the United States banning this stuff. And it's not a community thing, it's counties, because they know how toxic it is. They've seen it in action. So to say, well, we don't need this and it's so safe, the reason they're banning it is, again, tobacco science. The company has lied for years about the safety of this product. It is not safe in any way, shape, or form. It's been proven now over and over. Again, Europe, the United States is finally getting on board. Not totally, because we've been promoting it for so long. The companies are here in our home land. So to say, yes, it's safe, well, you're listening to the wrong people. For years, we've been listening to the wrong people. Again, tobacco science. And we were told for years, it's great. It's not. And
so just a point of clarification, it is specifically Roundup that you want to ban?
It's glyphosate. Glyphosate is
glyphosate.
used by different companies. Okay. Roundup happens to be the majority stakeholder.
Because I haven't read your article that you gave me, so yeah. Okay.
That's
what you
online.
want to ban.
You can see it. Okay. There's several, like I said, Macola.com, and it's the title of it is 1,200% increase of weed killer in your body. It has gone up exponentially since the 70s to the 90s to now. That percentage has just grown, and it's still growing. And for someone to say it's safe, it's not, because that's why we see so many diseases, so many people affected by diabetes, obesity, cancers, autoimmune diseases. Everything is tied up in this product. It's just, you can see it on charts. Like I said, it's not my opinion, it's the world opinion. And it has been shown, and I'm just trying to bring it home to us. It's not a, let's wait and see. Maybe one of us will be affected. We know people who are affected. They just haven't pointed the finger at themselves yet. But little by little, the lawsuits that are coming out show it very well. California is one of the biggest entities, I guess, because of their agriculture there. They have so many people there that are affected that now the lawsuits that are coming out of it with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, terrible problem. And it's been proven. So it's not a matter of it doesn't happen. It has happened. And I would like to see it not affect us here.
Okay.
Like it has.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Moritz, do we use Roundup in the city for public works or this glyphosate in the performance of weed remediation for the city of Leon Valley?
We use a similar product with glyphosates in it underneath the flyover.
Just in that one area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Edwards.
In the interest of collegiality, I assisted in placing this on the agenda, and I made it clear that I wasn't taking sides. I was just simply facilitating a discussion on it. And I think it probably needs to be studied further before the city would take a stance on the idea of banning the use of pesticides. I know that a lot of people feel that way, but it's kind of controversial, I think, to take that step, although I know Ms. Ely feels that way real strongly, and I think we ought to avoid the use of pesticides as much as possible, but I don't think I don't think that we should take that stance at this time without further study. So that's just my suggestion.
Okay. Point of clarification, it's an herbicide. It happens to kill pests at the same time, but it's an herbicide. It also kills your good bacteria, but we're not going to say, it's harmful to you particularly. It just has side effects which harm the body.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'm just having trouble at this point. If the city is using it, then I have trouble with the city banning something that the city's using personally. So if we need further study on what the effects are and maybe some alternative products, then we can address those. But I don't feel comfortable banning something that the city's using. It seems like a double standard to me at this point.
Okay.
Mayor and council, just a point of clarification. This ordinance is not to ban or mandate anything. All it is to start an awareness campaign of the hazards of misusing pesticides and other chemicals which may reduce hazardous and toxic waste in our environment. It's just a resolution to approve an initiative to conduct a public education awareness campaign. I'm not sure how banning and mandating got a part of the subject, but that's not what this ordinance is about. So as your counsel, I just wanted to make that clarification for you.
I'm just thinking maybe we should take this back through the Earthwise Committee and come back with, something a little bit more specific for the magnet or what that campaign would look like so that the council could have a little bit more meat on the bone, I guess, to what that educational, and maybe have a speaker at Earthwise or something to start educating us, maybe even a survey to get people to fill out at Earthwise, and we can come back with the data as to why we think this is important in our community.
Just as a point of interest, I did attend a speaker, a seminar at EcoCentral, where a speaker came to speak specifically about this topic and the seeds associated with GMOs. But when she was speaking about it, the author of the book, Jeffrey Smith, who had the seeds of deception and GMOs revealed, had already given her the okay to come to this seminar and speak on this topic. And one of the things she clarified was, no matter how you code it, I don't care how you sugarcoat it, how you say, you know, we've done it for so many years, how can you say anything's bad? They don't have any reports, they don't have any studies that show it. It has been proven now. The original company that brought the products out have lied, have data themselves that is in court now showing how bad they knew it was. So it's not a matter of us saying one way or the other. It's there. It's, again, tobacco science. They're hiding underneath the smoke screen. And we can wait. We can say we'll find other ways of presenting it. But the science is there. The evidence is there. And as she said, we're just hoping to spread the word, to let people know. So that's what we're trying to do, spread the word to let people know there are alternatives, safer alternatives, and it'll be better for the environment and our public health as well if we get this going.
Okay, so it's there, just get the information out.
Get the information out.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
And let people know that they can do this. There are alternatives for them to try, and hopefully help themselves, and they'll probably see a difference. It's like someone who says, I just changed my diet. Wow, I feel so much better now. I wish I'd have known about this sooner. Well, once they try this and go to alternatives, they say, oh my gosh, my kid's allergies suddenly went away. Mm-hmm. Oh, look, my dog's not convulsing anymore because they're in the grass rolling in this stuff. It's a different way of seeing things, and hopefully it's for the better.
Okay, very good. Councilor Martinez.
My first comment was, I think this is an item that should be placed back in the committee level, the Earthwise Living Committee. Now, if the Earthwise Living Committee wants to develop a refrigerator magnet or some kind of a giveaway or some kind of a program, that should be the Earthwise Living Committee doing that. And I have no objection to the Earthwise Living Committee coming to City Council and asking, hey, we need an X number of dollars to buy a bunch of magnets or whatever. And, you know, I have no objection to that kind of presentation. But I think it needs to be at the committee level and not at the council level.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any comments from the citizens that are still here this evening on this issue? Okay.